Chapter 1875. Sixth update. Before the ancient times, when the Lingwu's sacred world was still intact, it was not a weak world. It had given birth to many powerful people, and there were also some powerful people from the universe who traveled to this place. They would stay for a period of time if they felt like it. The places where these powerful people cultivated would often leave behind some of the secrets of their cultivation, which would be discovered by those who came later. They would be able to comprehend some of the mysteries and improve their cultivation. Furthermore, some powerful people would deliberately leave behind some inheritances for those who were fated with them. It could be considered as footprints and proof that they had come to this world. Of course, the best way to do this was to unearth people with talent and potential. It was all according to one's heart. However, after the Lingwu's sacred world was destroyed in the ancient war, many relics were destroyed and disappeared. Some secret realms left behind by powerful people from the universe were also destroyed. Some were not destroyed, but they left the Lingwu sacred world and drifted in the void of the universe. Of course, there were still some left behind, but they were very few and difficult to encounter. There were also powerful people from the universe who passed through the era of the Tianyuan sacred world, but the opportunities left behind were even fewer. Now, Chunzong stepped into a vortex door that was filled with countless colors. The countless colors were ever-changing and unpredictable, and there was an unfathomable mystery to them. This was the door to a secret realm. This secret realm was an opportunity left behind by a powerful person from the void of the universe in the ancient times when he passed by. Because his strength was too terrifying, the opportunity left behind by him evolved into a secret realm. Since ancient times, this secret realm had never been discovered by anyone, and no one had obtained any opportunities from it. Until now, this secret realm was the prerequisite for a deal. It was the prerequisite for the will of this world to make a deal with Chunzong. The will of this world asked Chunzong to enter the purgatory ghost domain to kill the ghost clan and destroy the ghost mother tree. Of course, it was not to send Chunzong to his death, but to use its great power to disguise Chunzong as a ghost clan member. When he entered the ghost domain, it would not be easy for him to be seen through. Among them, there was still danger, but it was greatly reduced. Even so, Chunzong did not want to agree. However, since it was a deal, the will of the world naturally had to give Chunzong some benefits. The current mystic realm was the prerequisite for the transaction. This was the secret realm that the will of the world had selected from the few ancient secret realms. It was the most suitable secret realm for Chunzong to enter. With Chunzong's talent, as long as he entered the secret realm, he would definitely gain something. This was a prerequisite and also a way to express his gratitude. It had nothing to do with the deal. However, if Chunzong did gain something from the secret realm and was satisfied with it, he would consider this deal. However, if Chunzong agreed to the deal and returned from the purgatory ghost realm, the will of the world promised that it would give Chunzong a chance to enter the center of the world to comprehend the world's origin. Chunzong had no idea what was inside the secret realm. Therefore, it was hard to say whether he was tempted or not. However, entering the center of the world to comprehend the origin of the world was an unimaginable opportunity. This kind of opportunity could be said to be a great opportunity. Chunzong was completely tempted. Directly entering the center of the world to comprehend the origin of the world was equivalent to comprehending all the mysteries in the world without any barriers at the closest distance. It was completely exposed in front of his eyes and in his perception. This kind of comprehension efficiency was at least 1,000 times. Therefore, Chunzong was very tempted. However, entering the purgatory ghost realm was still very risky. 9 out of 10 chances of survival was not enough to describe it. There was no chance of survival. Even if the will of the world disguised as a ghost and it was difficult to be seen through, it did not mean that it would never be seen through. Once it was seen through, the consequence would be to be besieged by the powerhouses of the purgatory ghost race. It was hard to say whether it could leave alive. One was extreme danger. One was extreme opportunity. Choice. Great opportunities were accompanied by great risks. Shinzong understood this principle very well and was not surprised. It was just a matter of whether he was willing to take the risk in order to get that opportunity. That was all. The opportunity was very tempting, very tempting. Shinzong was very tempted and almost agreed directly. However, considering that extreme danger, Chunzong could only suppress the impulse in his heart. This needed further consideration. Of course, if he agreed to the deal, the will of the world would also swear in the will of the universe that it absolutely had no malice and would definitely do its best to assist Chunzong. The will of the world swearing in the name of the will of the universe was like a cultivator swearing in the name of the heavenly Tao. It was even stricter. Then everything would start with this secret realm. After he entered this secret realm and obtained benefits from the secret realm, he would further consider the issue of whether to make a deal with the will of the world. Taking a step forward, he stepped into the gate of the secret realm that was constantly changing colors. In an instant, Chunzong disappeared. Secret realm. Chunzong really entered the secret realm. This secret realm was located in the extreme depths of this world. Without the guidance of the will of the world, it could be said that no one could come here. Although this secret realm was of no use to the will of the world, it was still kept. For example, if you had something valuable at home, but you couldn't use it, or you kept it and didn't give it to others, it might sound wasteful and not make the best use of it. However, the thing was yours. It was entirely up to you how to use it. Whether you wanted to keep it or not, it was all up to you. It didn't matter if you were selfish, or you didn't care, or you planned to keep it and leave it for future use. In short, that was the case. Now, firstly, it was to thank Shinzong. Secondly, it came in handy as a prerequisite for the deal. Shinzong appeared in a place full of many colors. The colors were constantly changing. Not only were there 9 colors, but there were many colors. It was unimaginably complicated and changeable, grotesque and variegated. It felt like this was a psychedelic world, full of unreal feelings. Shinzong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Where was the opportunity? He couldn't see it, nor could he feel it. At a glance, he could only see the constantly changing colors. Sometimes it was like clouds floating by. Sometimes it was like a winding ribbon. Sometimes it was like a gurgling stream. And sometimes it was like a breeze blowing. Not only were the colors changing, but even the forms were constantly changing. It was simply a universe. Looking and looking, Chunzong was dazzled. After a while, he felt dizzy. Where was the opportunity? Where was it? Chunzong closed his eyes and thought about it carefully, sensing it carefully. However, he still couldn't find any opportunity. Was he deceived? It couldn't be. The will of the world had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, it had made an oath that it would never do any harm to him. If he violated the oath, the price would be enough to make him fall into a deep sleep again or even die. Then, it was his problem. There was an opportunity, but he hadn't found it yet. Don't worry, calm down and search slowly. There was no way out. When the Ghost Mother Tree was cut and destroyed, the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe also sensed it. This meant that the Ghost Forest tribe had failed. But how did they fail? It was unimaginable. In the Purgatory Ghost territory, even the strongest Ghost King couldn't gain any advantage when facing an army of ghosts led by Ghost King. After all, in battle, it was impossible to summon a small Purgatory Ghost Gate to quickly replenish oneself like when invading other worlds. Of course, as a Ghost King level powerhouse, his recovery speed was even faster. Even so, when facing an army, he could at most resist and kill a portion of them. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat. In other words, they couldn't do anything to each other. But what was going on here? A human suddenly appeared and dared to come alone. He thought that he was courting death. He didn't expect that he would be suppressed by him at first, but the more he fought, the stronger and stronger his battle strength became. Now, the basin-sized flower of extremity above his head had already solidified and reached the level of perfection. The aura it emitted was much stronger than his 2 flowers of extremity. More than 20,000 ghosts of the Ghost Beast tribe had been killed. Not only did this human's battle strength increase the more he fought, but he also seemed to have an endless supply of energy. He was like a battle maniac, even more terrifying than the Purgatory Ghost tribe. Trembling. Ghost Beast Daiming was trembling in his heart. He was a ghost king, but he was trembling in fear when facing a human. No one would believe it, but it was the truth. Moreover, when he thought that the two ghost kings and nearly 100,000 soldiers of the Ghost Forest tribe might be defeated, he was even more horrified. What was going on in this world? The weak were weak, but the strong were so shockingly powerful. It was unimaginable and illogical. The Ghost Beast King had been attacked by Gong Tianxin's fists again and again, and now he was seriously injured. This was because the Ghost Beast King couldn't summon a small purgatory ghost gate to recover. This was his weakness. In comparison, although Ghost Beast Daiming was also injured, he quickly recovered with the power of the small purgatory ghost gate. If this continued, the Ghost Beast King might die, and he might not be able to gain any advantages. The army of the Ghost Beast tribe might also be wiped out. What should he do? Ghost Beast Daiming was in despair. He suddenly regretted coming to this world and meeting such a terrifying human. He was even more terrifying than the Purgatory Ghost tribe. The Son of Destiny. This was the Son of Destiny of this world. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Gong Tianxin's battle intent stirred up the wind and clouds, shattering the sky. He felt that the power in his body was invincible. Every punch was filled with battle intent, and it was invincible. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could block his fist. With a punch, thousands of ghosts were blasted into smithereens. Origin essence entered his body to replenish his energy. Therefore, he didn't overdraw his potential. With another punch, the Ghost Beast King was sent flying again, and its injuries were even more serious. However, the Ghost Beast King's body was even stronger than the Ghost King's, and its vitality was even more tenacious. It was difficult to kill it immediately. Damn it! Ghost Beast Daiming felt like he was going crazy. Chapter 1876. 7th Update. In the collapsed Ghost City, the dark aura enveloped all directions. It did not dissipate because the Ghost Mother Tree was destroyed because the Ghost Purgatory Gate still existed. Only by destroying the Ghost Purgatory Gate would the dark aura here truly dissipate. Relatively speaking, compared to before, it was also a little thinner. In front of the Ghost Purgatory Gate, Chun Xiu was cultivating. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was extremely domineering and could absorb all kinds of fiendish aura. The dark aura here also contained traces of fiendish aura that could be absorbed and refined. As for the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl, it was only the size of a soybean. It was like a layer of flexible and transparent film wrapped around it, and inside it was a drop of gray liquid. Looking more closely, one would discover that the liquid was actually formed by countless gray threads intertwined and condensed. Upon contact, Chun Xiu's Divine Fiend Dao will also trembled and was guided, fluctuating like the tide. The Divine Fiend Dao will had already reached the 3rd level of the Extreme Realm, and its power had also been developed to the level of 90%. But to reach 100% was too difficult. His original body could raise the Heart Sword Dao will to the 10th level previously, and it was inseparable from the 3 Tribulations Sharpening Secret Technique. However, the 3 Tribulations Sharpening Secret Technique was not suitable for Chun Xiu, because the 3 Tribulations Sharpening Secret Technique sharpened the sword intent, and it had to start from the very beginning. Now, the gray liquid in the center of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl was actually useful to the Divine Fiend Dao will. This surprised Chun Xiu. Upon contact, he guided a trace of gray into the Divine Fiend Dao will. Chun Xiu immediately felt his Divine Fiend Dao will churning endlessly. The storm formed by the gray light swept endlessly and became increasingly domineering. Improvement, it was actually improving bit by bit. More, it still needed more. Guide. Chun Xiu continuously guided the gray energy from the center of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl into the Divine Fiend Dao will, constantly tempering the Divine Fiend Dao will. Then, it was a natural breakthrough. In just an instant, Chun Xiu felt his Dao will power increase by a lot, and there was a feeling of perfection. 90% was not perfection after all, and not perfection meant that there was a flaw. 100% perfect and flawless represented a greater possibility. It was a kind of ambition to surpass and transcend. Supreme, having seen it with his own eyes, and, even under the soul connection, feeling the mystery of advancement, Chun Xiu also yearned for it. One day, his heavenly, baleful Tao insight should transform into a supreme Tao insight as well. However, he had no idea where to start. But now, he saw the hope of advancing and transforming. Receive, absorb, refine. A transformation was taking place in Chun Xiu's spirit sea. The gray storm condensed from the heavenly baleful Tao insight revolved faster and faster, and it became more and more shocking, as if it wanted to destroy the divine sea. However, this divine sea was Chun Xiu's divine sea, and the will of the great path was born within it. Within the secret grounds and the depths of the world, Chun Zong closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. Countless colors were constantly changing, and countless shapes were also constantly changing. You would never know what color or shape would appear in the next breath. Unfathomable. It was like a myriad of phenomena in the world, and it was ever-changing, as if it had reached the pinnacle of transformation. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. However, for a cultivator, especially a high-level cultivator, sometimes what they see with their eyes may not necessarily be the truth. Direct sight was deceiving. Replacing it with perception would be more accurate. However, at this moment, Chun Zong was in a trance. Suddenly, the heart sword seal, which had been hidden in the divine sea and had exhausted all of its power and no longer moved, trembled slightly and let out a light tremble, awakening Chun Zong from his trance. Why don't I use my heart to perceive? Suddenly awakened, Chun Zong suddenly had a strange idea. With his eyes, he could only see the surface. Only by using his heart to feel and observe with his heart could he see the deeper layers. Using his heart to perceive. It sounded easy, but it was actually very difficult to do. However, that was for others. For Chun Zong, it was not difficult, especially when he had mastered the supreme heart sword intent. The heart sword intent was to come from the heart. Using his heart to perceive. In an instant, Chun Zong shut off his six senses. All the colors around him seemed to have disappeared, and all the changes in shape were gone. Only darkness enveloped him. It was like the darkness of the void of the universe, lonely for thousands of years. Chun Zong himself did not know how much time had passed. He felt as if he had been sealed in absolute darkness for countless years, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. A dot of spiritual light suddenly appeared, burning like a star, and the light illuminated all directions. That dot of spiritual light became stronger, as if it had turned into a scorching sun, shining in all directions, and the darkness receded. Immediately, Chun Zong saw countless changes in color and countless changes in shape. However, the changes he saw this time were different from the changes his eyes had seen before. What his eyes saw before was the changes on the surface. However, what he saw with his heart's eye now was the changes on the deeper layers. Looking through the appearance to see the essence. This was what Chun Zong was feeling now. As far as his heart's eye could see, it spread and went deeper. The boundary and outline of the originally boundless secret realm also appeared under Chun Zong's heart's eye. The countless changes in color and shape also disappeared, turning into strands of silk, intertwining in all directions. It was impossible to tell what color those silk strands were. Those threads gave Chun Zong an indescribable feeling of unfathomable mystery. Subconsciously, following the guidance of his heart, Chun Zong grabbed at the void with his right hand, and the heart's sword essence condensed into a long sword. Immediately, he waved the sword casually. It looked simple, but the sword followed the trajectory of one of the silk strands and overlapped with it. When the sword was waved and overlapped with the trajectory of the silk strands, an incomparably mysterious feeling arose from Chun Zong's heart. It was as if a new door had been opened, a new path had been seen, and a new direction had been found. It was like drinking spiritual spring water, sweet as syrup. In just an instant, Chun Zong was addicted to it, unable to extricate himself. Waving the sword, waving the sword, waving the sword, it was as if he had lost his consciousness. He swung his sword again and again, and every sword stroke matched the trajectory of one of the threads. It was as if they had overlapped and become one. Every time he swung his sword, there would be an indescribable mystery spreading in his heart. Without knowing when, Chun Zong suddenly felt a strong wave of exhaustion, almost drowning him. The sword paused, and he could no longer wave it. He couldn't even maintain his heart's eye. After a series of distortions and changes, Chun Zong opened his eyes subconsciously and again saw countless changes in color and shape. In the next moment, everything was converging in the center, in front of Chun Zong's eyes. A figure, which seemed to be condensed by countless changes of color, appeared in front of Chun Zong. Chun Zong could feel that the other's breath had locked onto him. The sword essence originated from the mind. Young man, you have the breath of the mind change. The figure, which seemed to be constantly changing colors, suddenly spoke. His words shocked Chun Zong greatly, as if there was a storm in his heart. The mind change, that was a secret deep in his heart. Back then, when he was still very weak, he had received an inheritance. At that time, his strength had increased a lot, but because it was incomplete, although he had made up a part of it later, it was still not enough. However, the comprehension and mastery of the heart sword Tao intent was inseparable from the mind change at that time. It was even closely related. And now, the heart sword essence was derived from the transformation of the heart sword Tao intent. In the end, it was related to the mind change. However, except for himself, no one knew that he had cultivated the mind change because he had never told anyone. There was only one explanation. This person was related to the Will Heavenly Palace and was even an expert of the Will Heavenly Palace. Thinking of this, Chun Zong's heart suddenly sped up, completely out of his control. Could this secret realm be an opportunity left behind by an expert of the Will Heavenly Palace? The Will Heavenly Palace. That was the top force in the universe, a super existence that was even stronger than the eternal battle fort. Experts who could travel the universe were at least in the imminent God realm, or even the most powerful imminent God realm. Excited, Chun Zong felt like he had hit the jackpot. I am the heart true monarch of the Will Heavenly Palace. I once passed by this world and stayed for a few years, waiting for fate to bring me here. The illusory figure spoke again. It was not his real body, but only a projection of his consciousness, so it did not have much intelligence. Since you can enter this place, it means that you are the fated one. And since you can see me, it means that you have seen through the mystery I left behind. Cultivate well, and I hope that one day you can go to the Will Heavenly Palace. At that time, I will accept you as my disciple. After that, without waiting for Chun Zong's reply, the illusory figure dispersed, turning into strands of silk that spread out and intertwined, entering Chun Zong's body from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zong was entangled by countless strands of silk, as if they were intertwining into a large cocoon. The silk on the cocoon was as fine as silk, glowing with countless kinds of light, constantly changing and full of incomparable mysteries. Cocoon transformation. Countless pieces of information flowed into Chun Zong's mind continuously, being absorbed by him. The information was very complicated, containing the analysis of various mysteries, the knowledge of the world, the universe, and most importantly, the knowledge of the heart. The mystery of the heart. Chun Zong, who was inside the cocoon, seemed to be undergoing a transformation. When he broke out of the cocoon, he would become stronger. Both were improving. Inside Ghost City, outside the Purgatory Ghost Gate, Chun Xiu felt that his innate ferocious Tao was changing bit by bit, transforming to a higher level. When the transformation was successful, the innate ferocious Tao would be upgraded to a supreme Tao will. At that time, it might not be the innate ferocious Tao will anymore. However, it could be called any Tao will, but the most important thing was the supreme Tao will. The power of the supreme Tao was shocking to the extreme. Just look at Chun Xiu himself. before grasping the supreme Tao will, the difference in strength was very obvious. Before grasping the supreme Tao will, he would be at a disadvantage against a Ghost King. After grasping the supreme Tao will, he could kill a Ghost King, which was a completely different level. If he also grasped the supreme Tao will, his strength would definitely become even more powerful. The innate ferocious Tao will was transforming bit by bit, and Qin Xiu was not idle either, comprehending the Azura moon-slaying technique. Circulating the 5th level of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique, he constantly mobilized some of the Divine Fiend's battle power and condensed it on the blade. He did not slash, but condensed, dissipated, condensed again, and dissipated again. Chapter 1877. 8th update. Last update. I'll update it later. As for whether I can empty out the 6 realms, it depends on whether I can enter the top 30 monthly votes, or even higher. In the territory of Taiji City, close to 100,000 Ghost Clan troops invaded, but in the end, they were all massacred by Lord Sword Emperor and Lord Sword Demon. Even the 2 Ghost King realm experts with astonishing combat strength were killed and injured. Even though the human clan had lost more than 700 cultivators, which was a huge loss, it greatly boosted the morale of the human clan. The inner city of Taichi City, which had gradually descended into chaos, began to regain its order. The darkness in everyone's heart seemed to be dispelled by the light. Cheers! Ecstasy! This was the excitement and joy of surviving calamity. On the other side, the heavenly palace god was becoming more and more powerful as the battle progressed, and the Ghost Beast Tribe's army was also being completely annihilated. The Ghost Beast King was killed, and the Ghost Beast King of the Ghost Beast Tribe, Yiming, took the risk to escape through a small ghost purgatory gate. A great victory. When the news spread, the profound world became even more excited. The Jiandi, the Sword Demon, the heavenly Yuan Holy Sun, the 3 of them were mentioned in the same breath. They were the strongest existences in the profound world, except for those great saints whose whereabouts were unknown. They were unparalleled. As for who was stronger and who was weaker among the 3, many people had secretly discussed it, but no one had a definite answer. No one knew. The Ghost Tribe had suffered heavy losses, the Ghost Mother Tree had been destroyed, and Qin Xiu was guarding the Ghost Purgatory Gate. In addition, the will of the profound world had recovered more power, and the suppression of the other races was more obvious. For a time, the Ghost Tribe could not invade again. The human tribe began to regroup and recuperate, slowly developing. The invasion of the Ghost Tribe brought about the fall of 4 cities. Although they had already retreated, more than half of the people had died. The total population of the 4 cities was definitely more than 100 million, but more than half of them had died. It was an absolutely shocking number. People had gone through hardships, and they had regained what they had lost. It was an indescribable feeling. For ordinary people, as long as they were still alive, life had to continue. They had to move forward. No matter how difficult it was, they could not give up hope of living. As a result, grief and sadness became a thing of the past with the passage of time, forgotten in an unknown corner. Under the escort of the cultivators, the people began to leave Taiji City's territory. They headed to other territories that had not been invaded by the Ghost Clan and settled down again. As for Grand Luo City and the other 3 cities, the darkness aura still existed. It was impossible to get rid of it in a short period of time. However, everything was progressing in a good direction. Chunzong was still in the deepest part of the world, receiving part of the inheritance from True Heart Monarch of the Heavenly Will Palace, one of the most powerful forces in the universe. Qin Xiu was still guarding the Purgatory Ghost Gate in the Ghost City, while slowly increasing his battle strength. After his victory, the heavenly God Gong went into seclusion again. He had gained a lot from this battle. He would be able to further improve his 9 heavens, 10 earths battle technique. Right now, the heavenly God Gong was still obsessed with defeating Chunzong, but he temporarily suppressed this obsession. This was because he was improving, and Chunzong was also improving and becoming more powerful. He was not confident. In that case, he could only make himself stronger. He could only make his move after he had become extremely powerful. At that time, he would rely on his absolute battle strength to defeat Qinzong in one fell swoop and completely shatter the shadow in his heart. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The ordinary people had already adapted to their new lives. They had forgotten the pain from a month ago. That fear had also been buried deep within their hearts. The territories of the cities gradually became prosperous and lively. Life was restored. As for the cultivators, those who were supposed to go back went back and did what they were supposed to do. However, no matter which cultivator it was, they were more fully aware of the importance of strength. They became more and more diligent in their cultivation. In addition, the will of this world had awakened and recovered some of its power. Under the feedback, the efficiency of the cultivators' cultivation had also increased. The improvement was more obvious, and their comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth had become clearer. This led to the cultivators working harder. In the secret realm in the depths of the world, there was a 2-meter-tall cocoon. There were countless threads on the cocoon. They intertwined with each other and flickered with endless light and colors. In the next breath, a sword light silently slashed out from within. The sword light was condensed into threads. It seemed to contain many colors, but it also seemed to be just one color. Tear. The cocoon was torn apart, and a figure stepped out. Immediately after, the large cocoon that was cut open quickly shrank and stuck to the figure's body. It covered the figure and quickly condensed again. Finally, it stuck to the skin and seemed to have merged with the skin. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he had grown another layer of skin. However, he did not feel the slightest difference. It was as if it did not exist. However, Qinzong was very clear that the layer of skin really existed. It was a treasure. It was a protective treasure left behind by the powerhouse of the Heavenly Palace, True Lord Exin. It was called the Heart Seal Treasure Garment. The Heart Seal Treasure Garment's function was to weaken external forces. In other words, if an attack approached and broke through his defense, it would hit the Heart Seal Treasure Garment and be weakened by the Heart Seal Treasure Garment. It would be harder to hurt him. However, from the outside, one could not see the existence of the Heart Seal Treasure Garment. It could not even be felt. It was undoubtedly a very shocking treasure. According to the information left behind by True Lord Exin, the Heart Seal Treasure Garment's weakening power was about 70%. In other words, when an attack of the same level as Qinzong hit Qinzong's body, it would be weakened by 70%. The remaining 30% would pass through the Heart Seal Treasure Garment and attack Qinzong's body. The difference between 100% and 30% was many times greater. Without a doubt, with the Heart Seal Treasure Garment, his life-saving ability had increased by a lot. In addition to the defensive power brought by his tyrannical physique, even if an attack from a Ghost King realm powerhouse hit him, it would not be able to seriously injure him. At most, it would be a light injury. He had never thought that he would have such an opportunity to greatly improve his life-saving ability. Moreover, the Heart Seal Treasure Garment was still useful when he reached the Illuminating God Realm. Of course, if he was attacked by an Illuminating God Realm powerhouse now, the Heart Seal Treasure Garment could still be weakened, but it would be broken to the extreme. As for an Illuminating God Realm powerhouse, even if only 10% of their power hit him, it would be enough to turn him into ashes. Same level. The Heart Seal Treasure Garment's defense was targeted at the same level. If the level was lower than him, the Heart Seal Treasure Garment's defense would not be able to break through. However, treasures at the level of the Heartprint Treasure Robe, although very precious, were not the best. The true opportunity was an inheritance. It was an inheritance that originated from True Lord Exin. In terms of long-term value, it was better than the Heart Seal Treasure Garment. Heart Seal. In a month's time, Qinzong was not only comprehending, but also cultivating. He had already mastered the seal and broke out of the cocoon. Fortunately, the Heart Sword Seal could make sounds. Otherwise, he would be immersed in it and would not know when he would wake up. Qinzong even guessed that the Heart Sword Saint, who left the Heart Sword Seal, might have also received the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace powerhouse. As soon as Qinzong appeared, the will of the world also appeared and took Qinzong away. Otherwise, Chunzong would not be able to leave by himself. I agree to your deal, Chunzong said firmly. Although the will of the world allowed him to enter the secret realm out of gratitude, it was also a prerequisite for the deal. If he was satisfied with his harvest, he would have to consider it carefully. Of course, Chunzong could also reject it. However, after receiving part of true Lord Exion's inheritance, he was less confused and more determined. Everything was clear. Moreover, there was the promise of the will of the world and the protection of the heart-sealed treasure garment. As long as he did not seek death and sneaked into the purgatory ghost region, he might be in danger, but he would not die. Chunzong recalled what Lord Mingjiang, the owner of the Eternal Battle Fort's Heaven and Earth Battle Pagoda, had said. Returning to the original body would bring great danger, but there would also be great opportunities. Now, he had encountered great danger and obtained great opportunities. However, it seemed that he could continue to obtain them. Danger and opportunity coexisted. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. There was no need to worry too much. He could enter the purgatory ghost region. Hearing Chunzong's words, the figure condensed by the will of the world fluctuated slightly. It seemed to be a little excited. Devouring the will of the purgatory ghost region would allow it to recover faster. It would not be impossible for it to recover to its peak or even surpass it. The heavenly god Gong was the son of providence and carried the great fortune of this world. It could be said that he was closely related to the will of the world. If he sneaked into the purgatory ghost region, the possibility of him being exposed was greater. Therefore, the best candidate was Chunzong. Of course, if he was unwilling, the will of the world could not do anything. Therefore, it took out one of the few remaining secret realms that was most suitable for Chunzong as a thank you gift and a prerequisite for the deal. Thank you for your choice. I will do my best to assist you, the will of the world said. Of course, it had to do so, and it had to do so. Otherwise, if Chunzong died in the purgatory ghost region, it would also suffer a great loss. It did not know how many years it would take to recover. At that time, if the purgatory ghost race invaded again, it was afraid that the heavenly god Gong alone would not be enough. Power. A large amount of power was mobilized and gathered from all directions. Chunzong could clearly feel that this power was filled with a gloomy, cold, blazing, and domineering aura. It was the aura of the purgatory ghost race, or rather, the aura of the will of the purgatory ghost region. This aura was very pure. It fell directly and wrapped Chunzong's body. Chunzong did not resist, because the will of the world had sworn by the will of the universe that it would never do anything to harm Chunzong. The will of the purgatory ghost region was actually condensed by the will of the world. It would not harm Chunzong in the slightest. After entering his body, Chunzong could feel that his body was undergoing some kind of wonderful change. His bones trembled, his joints seemed to be constantly opening, and his tendons, muscles, and so on were also changing. It felt like his body was being broken into pieces and reassembled, but he did not feel any pain. It was very wonderful. It allowed Chunzong to see the mysteries of his body more directly. It seemed to be a kind of rebirth. Not long after, the change ended. Chunzong disappeared. No, it should be said that he had changed. Chunxiu stared at him in surprise. If he did not already know the inside story, he was afraid that he would have thought that the figure in front of him was a purgatory ghost. Whether it was the appearance or the aura emitted from his body, it was completely the same as a purgatory ghost. It was impossible to tell them apart. However, the soul was still Chunzong's human soul. Even the will of the world could not change this. But it was enough. It was enough. Chapter 1878. Currently, the monthly votes are between 30th and 40th, so there are 9 updates today. This is the 9th update. Not sure if it is the last update today. The deadline is 12. If one enters the top 30, the 6 paths will add 2 more updates as agreed. If one enters the top 30 after 12, the 2 more updates will be postponed to tomorrow. Here, the 6 paths bowed to thank everyone for their strong support and love. New chapter Little rice dumpling is going to the ghost region to cause trouble. The sky was dark and gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sky and earth. There was no sunlight all year round. It was heavy and depressing. The earth was dark and boundless. It connected to the end of the earth and merged into a line with the end of the sky. In a secret place in the Ghost Forest Tribe city, a ghost gate of purgatory stood tall. It was dark and slowly rotating. Usually, there would be warriors of the Ghost Forest Tribe guarding this place. But now it was empty. The entire Ghost Forest Tribe city, except for the 1,000 warriors left to guard the city walls to confuse others, was completely occupied with invading Tianyuan's sacred region's supreme mystery world. Outside the city, there were many small ghost tribes that depended on Ghost City. Most of these tribes were below the Ghost Soldier level. A few of them were at the Ghost Soldier level. As for the Ghost General level, there were even fewer of them. The Ghost Tribe was a very cruel race. After being born, they would not enter the Ghost Tribe city directly. Instead, they would enter the small tribes and constantly fight and grow until they reached the lower Ghost Soldier level. Only then would they be qualified to enter the city. Originally, their plan was very good. They would occupy the supreme mystery world and turn it into a small ghost region. Then, with the supreme mystery world as the center, they would gradually encroach on other realms until the entire Tianyuan sacred region became a ghost region. Logically speaking, they also had the ability to do so. But unfortunately, they met Qinzong. The Sword of the Sword Emperor was invincible and killed everything in its path. The consequences of not leaving one alive was also not leaving one alive. Only Ghost Forest Jess risked his life to enter the small ghost gate of purgatory and return to the ghost region. But it was a narrow escape. He did not know where he would appear in the ghost region. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. He could not appear in a short period of time and could only hide to recover. The ghost region was not peaceful. It was more complicated than one could imagine. As a result, the inner city of the Ghost Forest Division naturally appeared to be empty. All of a sudden, ripples spread out from the pitch-black ghost gate, and a figure stepped out from it. He was about 2 meters tall, and his entire body was pitch-black. His body was close-fitting pitch-black armor, which made his body look even more vigorous. There was also a sense of power in his vigorous body. The horn of the spiral blade pointed straight to the sky. The red tip of the horn was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through the sky. On the left side of his waist was a pitch-black longsword that exuded an eerie sword intent. This was the Purgatory Ghoul race. It had a suit of armor made of flesh and blood, proving that it was a ghost king. However, compared to the other members of the Ghost Clan, this kind of body shape was undoubtedly very thin. It was completely different from the other Ghost Clan members' thick and strong physique. However, the aura emanating from his body was that of a Ghost Clan member. This was Qinzong. After making a deal with the will of the Lingwu Holy World, Qinzong had temporarily transformed into a ghost. The body was still his own body, but it had changed into the appearance of a Ghost Clan member. This made Qinzong feel very strange. Moreover, he could also feel that the strength of this body was far superior to his previous one. They were on 2 completely different levels. The Ghost Clan's life level was originally higher than that of the human clan. Moreover, they were a fighting race and were born with a strong physique. Even the body cultivators of the human clan could not compare to them. Moreover, this was the body of a ghost king, which was much stronger than his own body of a 9-star body cultivator. Between the two, there was no comparison in terms of quality or quantity. However, it was a pity that this was not the appearance of a human clan member. Otherwise, it would be great if his body could reach this level after changing back to a human clan member's appearance. However, it was very, very difficult. After all, his body was only of an ordinary bloodline and not a special constitution. Even if his body was refined to the extreme, it would only belong to the normal range. In terms of potential, it could not be compared to those of a bloodline cultivator or a special constitution. Casting aside his thoughts, Qinzong did not think anymore. His Tao was the Sword Tao. It was naturally a good thing that his body could be stronger. However, it was also acceptable if it could not be stronger. Sword was the most important thing. Now, I'm called Sword Heart of Ghostblade. I am a baby of the Ghost Clan that was taken away from the Ghostblade division by the people of the Chaos Ghost City many years ago. I wandered outside and kept growing until I became a Ghost King. Chunzong said secretly. This was his current identity. The fragments of the Ghost General's soul memory that Chunxiu had obtained before were not complete. He did not know much about the Ghost Realm. However, when the will of the world transformed Chunzong's body, it also transmitted all kinds of information about the Ghost Realm to Chunzong. This allowed Chunzong to have a more comprehensive understanding of the Purgatory Ghost Realm. In the Purgatory Ghost Realm, there were 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. Each division had a Ghost Mother Tree, and there could only be one Ghost Mother Tree. In fact, the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan were built based on the 36 Ghost Mother Trees. If one wanted to build and cultivate another Ghost Mother Tree, it could not be in the Purgatory Ghost Realm, unless one of the 36 Ghost Mother Trees was destroyed. Only then could one cultivate a new Ghost Mother Tree in another place and consume a lot of resources and secret methods. However, the protection of the Ghost Mother Trees was very strict. Moreover, each division had its own Ghost Mother Tree. Even if another Ghost Mother Tree could be cultivated, it could not be in the division. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. A division could not accommodate two Ghost Mother Trees. On the other hand, the Ghost Mother Tree was extremely powerful. Most of the Ghost Kings were no match for it. If he tried to destroy the Ghost Mother Tree, he might just end up being killed by the Ghost Mother Tree instead. Therefore, there were still 36 Ghost Mother Trees from the past till now. In addition to the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, a new force was born. It was called the Chaos Ghost City. In the beginning, the Chaos Ghost City was built by the defected Ghost Kings of the Ghost King tribe, one of the 3 strongest tribes of the Ghost Clan, together with the defected Ghost Kings of the Ghost Murder tribe and the Ghost Underworld tribe. The 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan not only competed with each other, but also with each other. For a weaker division, like the Ghost Forest division, the internal competition was not so strong. After all, the Ghost Forest division only had 2 Ghost Kings. According to the division, the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan were divided into 4 levels. Among them, the Ghost King tribe, the Ghost Killer tribe, and the Ghost Underworld tribe were the 3 strongest tribes. They were the 3 strongest tribes among the 36 tribes of the Ghost Clan. The second level was the upper 6 divisions. The third level was the middle 9 divisions. The fourth level was the lower 18 divisions. The Ghost Forest division belonged to the lower 18 divisions of the 4th level. It was one of the divisions that only had the most basic strength of the Ghost Clan and did not have any unique talents. The lower 18 divisions of the 4th level were mediocre compared to the other divisions. Whether it was the middle 9 divisions, upper 6 divisions, or the strong 3 divisions, they all had their own talents. For example, the Ghost Beast division of the middle 9 divisions had the talent to control ghost beasts. Although not all of them had the talent, it was still a considerable part of them. The Ghost Clan called this talent the Ghost God's Gift, meaning that it was a gift from the Ghost God. The lower 18 divisions did not have the Ghost God's Gift. In the eyes of the other divisions, especially the upper 6 divisions and the strong 3 divisions, they were like abandoned tribes belonging to the lowest level of the Ghost Clan. Under normal circumstances, they would not pay much attention to them. This was one of the reasons why the Ghost Forest division could mobilize almost all of its troops to invade the profound mystery realm without attracting much attention. In the end, only the nearby Ghost Beast Xieming of the Ghost Beast Division noticed by accident and led a quarter of the Ghost Beast Division's army to invade the profound mystery realm. However, this news was naturally blocked by the Ghost Beast Division. The middle 9 divisions were stronger than the lower 18 divisions because they had the unique talent of the Ghost God's Gift. Because of this, their Ghost Mother Trees were stronger, giving birth to more Ghost Clan members and experts. The Ghost God's Gift of the upper 6 divisions was stronger than the middle 9 divisions. As for the strong 3 divisions, the Ghost God's Gift of the Ghost God's Gift was the strongest. Of course, in addition to the strength of the ghost god's gift, the number of tribes, military strength, and experts of the ghost god's gift was also a very important factor. In short, the Ghastly Forest tribe was an extremely mediocre tribe among the 36 tribes of the Ghost Clan. Even among the lower 18 tribes, it was considered average. The stronger lower 18 tribes had 3 Ghost Kings, while the Ghastly Forest tribe only had 2. The Ghost Blade division belonged to the middle 9 divisions and was at the same level as the Ghost Beast division. However, according to the information, the Ghost Blade division was overall stronger than the Ghost Beast division. The Chaotic Ghost City was the 37th force of the Ghost Territory. Apart from the fact that it did not have the Ghost Mother Tree, it was equivalent to the 37th tribe. Every time the Blood Moon appeared in the sky, the Ghost Territory on the 36 Ghost Mother Trees would fall, and the Ghost Clan's larvae would break out of the Ghost Tree and become new Ghost Clan members, beginning to grow. This was also the time when the experts of the Chaotic Ghost City would move out. They would choose one or several Ghost Clan tribes to break in or infiltrate, or steal or rob the newly fallen Ghost Territory and bring it back to the Chaotic Ghost City to replenish the number of Ghost Clan members in the Chaotic Ghost City and increase their military strength. One side was to guard the Ghost Territory and prevent it from being taken away, while the other side was to rob the Ghost Territory and take it away. It was inevitable that both sides would fight. During the fight, it was inevitable that some Ghost Territories would wander outside and become wandering Ghost Clan members. The members of the Ghost Clan's 36 divisions all had records of their Ghost Clan members, or rather, the mark of their Ghost Clan tribe. It was a mark that was given to them when they broke out of the Ghost Territory. However, those Ghost Clan members who were taken away from the Ghost Clan tribe before they truly broke out of the Ghost Clan tribe did not have the mark of their Ghost Clan tribe on them. They were like lone wolves that had left their pack and wandered outside without a home. Generally speaking, these wandering Ghost Clan members were divided into 3 types. One type would try their best to join one of the Ghost Clan's 36 divisions, or even return to the Ghost Clan where they were born. The other type would join the Chaotic Ghost City, which was more common. The last type would truly wander. They did not belong to any force and grew up alone. This type of Ghost Clan members were called lone wanderers, which were even rarer. At the same time, lone wanderers were also synonymous with powerful and terrifying. In comparison, the Purgatory Ghost Territory was filled with dangers, especially outside the Ghost Tribes and Chaos Ghost City. There were ghost beasts everywhere, and there were many dangerous places. If one didn't have enough strength, only death awaited them. Not even their bones would remain, and their souls would scatter. Those who were able to survive as Lone Rangers were all individuals who had walked out of countless dangers and massacres. Naturally, they were extremely terrifying. Chunzong sorted out all the information and thoughts. From now on, he would be called Ghost Blade Jinshin. He was born in the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Blade Division, but was taken away when he was still in the Ghost Territory. He accidentally wandered outside and survived countless dangers to become a Ghost King level Lone Wanderer. Chapter 1879. Gods of Ascension currently had 203 monthly votes and was ranked 35th. This should be the second best result ever since the start of the book. With such a result, the Dominator of the 6 Paths sincerely thanked everyone for their support, especially those who were generous with their monthly votes. Because of your support and love, this was a pleasant surprise. Originally, 6 Paths thought that he would at most be in the top 40, not the top 30. Thank you. Thank you very much. But it was still not enough. 6 Paths had an ambition, a goal, and that was to be in the top 10. Only by being in the top 10 would our book appear on the front page, and more people would be able to read our book. 6 Paths also knew that the competition for the monthly votes was very fierce. It would be very difficult to reach the top, but there was still hope. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he had to grasp it. Reaching the monthly votes list required 6 Paths' hard work, as well as the support of the readers. Your support was very important. Yesterday, 6 Paths had made a promise with everyone. Every day, he would release 5 chapters. Based on the monthly votes list, he would release more chapters. Yesterday, the monthly votes list went from the top 60 to the top 40, so he released 4 more chapters, making a total of 9 chapters. According to the promise, if he entered the top 30, he would release 2 more chapters. If he entered the top 20, he would release 2 more chapters. If he entered the top 10, he would release 10 more chapters. Now 6 Paths was going all out. If he entered the top 30, he would release 3 more chapters. If he entered the top 20, he would release 3 more chapters. If he entered the top 10, he would release 10 more chapters. If he entered the top 10, he would release 20 more chapters. You're right. 6 Paths is going all out this time. If he can get into the top 10, he'll get an additional 26 chapters on top of his basic explosion of power. 6 Paths was going all out. What about you? Do you dare to go all out against 6 Paths? It was a rare opportunity. Now is the best time. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower, and don't think about what will happen in the future. Now, seize the present, seize the best opportunity. My blood was boiling, and I was going to give it my all. A bicycle turned into a motorcycle turned into a car turned into a truck, and a truck turned into a train. Once he starts driving, the road will be clear. Chapter 1880. According to our agreement, the Dominator of 6 Realms will be updating 8 chapters today. Thank you to Arvin Liu, Dugovs 555, ZW2Z0, and all the other juniors who voted for us. Because there are a lot of people, the Dominator of 6 Realms will not list all of them. Thank you, you guys are so awesome. The Dominator of 6 Realms is so excited. Deep in the inner city of Ghost Forest Tribe, Chunzong opened his left hand. His dark and slender fingers were not as sharp as those of Ghost Forest Tribe. Instead, they were closer to that of a human. This was also the characteristic of Ghost Blade Tribe. Because of this, they could hold weapons better. Seal. With a low shout, the energy on Chunzong's body surged, and it was suffused with a ghastly and brilliant aura of the Heaven Tao. As soon as it appeared, it was terrifying to the extreme, and it seemed as if it intended to suppress this world. It was the power of the will of the Lingwu Holy World or Tianyuan Sacred Realm. This ghost gate of purgatory could not be left alone. Otherwise, it would be discovered by other ghost tribes, such as the Ghost Beast tribe. At that time, it was inevitable that they would invade the profound world again. If the ghost kings of those powerful tribes invaded, Chunshio estimated that it would be difficult to resist. At that time, it would be another disaster or even a catastrophe. From the information, Chunzong was more aware of the strength of the ghost tribe. If the Ghost Beast tribe had invaded the profound world instead of the Ghost Forest tribe, perhaps the profound world would have been conquered. Strands of world power, using Chunzong's ghost body as a bridge, mobilized the power of the ghost realm and constantly condensed into a seal, falling on the ghost gate of purgatory. If it was difficult to break, then seal it. Seal it, and also hide the ghost gate of purgatory. As the seal fell, the ghost gate of purgatory quickly faded and then disappeared as if it had never existed. Chunzong used all his perception, but could only vaguely perceive a little fluctuation. His perception was very amazing, but when he used all his perception, he could only perceive a little fluctuation. If other ghost kings were here, they would not be able to detect it. However, Chunzong was not so sure. However, as long as he could hide it for a day, a month, and a year, he would hide it for a year. It soared into the sky and skyrocketed. Chunzong glanced around, chose a direction, and flew quickly. It was the wall of the Ghost Forest inner city. There were 1,000 Ghost Tribe warriors on the wall. Chen glanced at the Ghost Gate. Ghost of Purgatory of Purgatory. Ghost warriors were shocked, as if their bodies were about to be torn. Extremely horrifying. Purgatory of Ghost Realm. And even Ghost Mother Tree, to devour the will of Purgatory, to devour the will of Purgatories, to Purgatory, to strengthen the will of Purgatory's Purgatory, the Ghost Mother Tree, to devour the Purgatory, Ghost Purgatories. Ghost Forest Tribe had invaded the extreme profound world, causing a great deal of suffering and suffering. It was a heinous crime, so Chunzong naturally wouldn't show mercy to these ghost forest tribe warriors. Kill. Small tribes. Were countless killed, countless ghost tribes. Were. And. Had. Small tribes. And. Dead were. Small tribes. Killed. He drew his sword. The sword light was dark. It flashed. Silently, the sword light blended into the void. It was mysterious. Those Ghost Clan warriors did not feel any energy fluctuation at all. That sword light, which seemed to be constantly changing, had already cut through their bodies. To lose one's life without a sound. Dead. Chunzong was surprised when he put his sword back into its sheath. The sword was the condensation of heart sword essence. But it was disguised. It looked like a weapon used by the Ghost Tribe. Moreover, it was the weapon of the Ghost Blade Tribe. The Ghost Blade Tribe's Ghost God gift was the power of the Ghost Blade. It was born to increase the power of swords and sabers. Therefore, it was impossible to see the difference. However, Chunzong had performed the one-hearted sutra that he had inherited from the one-hearted true Lord and combined it with the heart sword intention to create a sword move. One Heart Sutra, one heart and one mind. The One Heart Sutra was all about one's heart. It focused all one's mind. One heart and one mind. It was a kind of interpretation and mystery of the One Heart Sutra. There was no fixed move for this move because one's heart was uncertain. However, this move could bring the power of one's heart sword essence to the extreme. It could even exceed the limit. In terms of power, Chunzong's move was comparable to the infinite heart extinguishment. Of course, it was still far from the lifeless vacuum strike. However, the lifeless vacuum strike was performed with all one's strength. After one move, one would not have much strength left. If one could not kill the opponent, it would be very dangerous. However, the One Heart Sutra's one heart was different. Not only was its might comparable to infinite heart annihilation, but it could also fully unleash the profoundness of the heart sword intent. Furthermore, the energy consumption was much lower, far inferior to infinite heart annihilation and even less than serial heartbeat. In short, the energy and spirit consumed to perform the One Heart Sutra was only slightly more than that to perform ordinary sword moves. With Chunzong's current energy reserve, he could perform many sword moves continuously. There was another important point. The performance of any powerful move required a process of mobilizing and condensing energy. Then, the energy would be released to explode with great power. After that, there would be a process of chi recovery. The more proficient and perfect the move was, the faster the speed of mobilizing and condensing energy. The speed of chi recovery would also be faster. Therefore, when experts fought, they would not perform their ultimate moves at the beginning. Because once the ultimate move was avoided, there would be a moment of gap due to the recovery of chi and chi, which often meant a flaw. Therefore, when experts fought, they would fight with ordinary moves at the beginning. The more ordinary the move, the easier it was to perform and the fewer flaws there would be. It would be best if one could finish off the opponent with an ordinary move. Now, the One Heart and One Mind Sword Essence performed by the One Heart Sutra combined with the Heart Sword Essence was as fast as an ordinary move. The flaw was also the same as an ordinary move. There are almost no flaws. After all, the more ordinary a move was, the more fundamental it was. The more fundamental it was, the more it would be refined and almost perfect. The One Heart and One Mind Sword of the One Heart and One Mind Sword of the One Heart Sutra was like an ordinary move in terms of energy consumption, speed of attack, recovery of chi and chi, as well as flaws. However, its power was far more powerful than an ordinary move. It was comparable to an ultimate move. Not only that, if he wanted to, he could increase the consumption of energy and increase the power of the One Heart and One Mind Sword. This was one move, but it also seemed like many moves. The power of an ultimate move could be performed in the mode of an ordinary move. This was the mystery of the One Heart Sutra. However, if Chunzong did not master a power like the Heart Sword Essence, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate it successfully. Chunzong was very satisfied with this. Among the 1,000 Ghost Clan warriors, there were only 10 Ghost Generals. The rest were all ghost soldiers. As soon as they died, the will of the ghost clan that they carried flew up and gathered towards Chunzong like rivers returning to the stream. It was absorbed by the will of Tianyuan's sacred domain that Chunzong was disguised as, and it became stronger. It could be said that Chunzong carried a small part of the will of the world of Tianyuan's sacred domain and turned it into the will of the ghost clan. At the same time, there was also a trace of extremely pure energy that was peeled off and integrated into Chunzong's body. Chunzong's body shook slightly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. That kind of energy, it was extremely pure and brilliant. Although there was not much of it, after it integrated into his body, Chunzong felt as if his body was being cleansed. It was a feeling similar to when he obtained the Heart Sword seal, but it was not as strong. The trace of energy was not under his control. It directly entered his body, as if it had integrated into his bloodline in the deepest part of his body. Vaguely, Chunzong felt that it was beneficial to him, but he was not sure what kind of benefit it was. Originally, Chunzong thought that by disguising himself as a ghost and infiltrating the Purgatory Ghost clan, he would not obtain the same benefits as when he killed Purgatory ghosts in the Taishin realm. He only wanted to comprehend the world's origin later. Of course, the other reason was also inseparable from his innate desire to seek battle and adventure. After the Purgatory ghosts killed their opponents, they could devour their opponent's vitality to improve themselves. However, Chunzong was not a true Purgatory ghost. In other words, his body had temporarily changed into the appearance of a Purgatory ghost, but his soul was still human. His essence was still human. Naturally, he could not fully possess all the abilities of a Purgatory ghost. A disguise was a disguise after all. However, he could still absorb the energy that pervaded the ghost clan and use it to recover his own energy. Now, he could actually benefit from it. Although he did not know what it was definitely beneficial. The extremely brilliant and pure energy was intoxicating. Then, he would kill more Purgatory ghosts. The ghost clan and the human clan could not coexist. No matter how many he killed, he would not show mercy. In an instant, Chunzong turned into a stream of black light and broke through the sky. Chunzong did not kill the many small tribes around the Ghost Forest tribe. It was not because he was soft-hearted, but because he was worried that if he slaughtered them, more Ghost Clan experts would notice this place and increase the risk of the Purgatory Ghost sect being exposed. As for the 1,000 Ghost Clan warriors, well, Chunzong could only admit that at that time, he was indeed itching to have a try. Therefore, he drew his sword. Since he had already drawn his sword, there was no reason for him to regret. Not long after, Chunzong saw a huge figure standing on the ground of the Ghost Forest tribe. The Ghost Mother Tree. That was a Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Mother Tree was actually 2,000 meters tall. Its trunk was more than 100 meters in diameter. It was incomparably huge. Tens of thousands of ghost clans were hanging on it, densely packed. One look at would make one's scalp tingle. The strength of a Ghost Mother Tree was closely related to its size. A 2,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree was twice as strong as a 1,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree. Chunzong silently estimated that with his current strength, he still could not do anything to this 2,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree. Therefore, he could only give up for the time being. Otherwise, if he could cut down and destroy a Ghost Mother Tree, he would definitely obtain a huge amount of Ghost Clan's will. What a pity. After a glance, Chunzong withdrew his gaze and quickly flew out of the Ghost Forest tribe's territory. Below, there was a dark wilderness. He could see many strange-looking ghost beasts running and fighting on it. The evil chi was rolling, extremely shocking. Chapter 1881. Second update. The physique of a lower ghost beast general was much stronger than that of a lower ghost general. However, due to their low intelligence, they were evenly matched in battle. Chunzong killed a lower ghost beast general with one strike. He found that the ghost beast general's will was very weak. It was almost equal to the will of a lower ghost soldier. Therefore, Chunzong did not deliberately kill the ghost beasts. Instead, he killed them casually along the way. No matter if they were thousands or thousands of meters away, they could not avoid Qinzong's strike. Qinzong was single-minded and silent. There were no signs, and it was difficult to detect. Kill! 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 In front of him, dozens of flying ghost beasts roared and charged over, wanting to eat Qinzong. Qinzong swung his sword casually. There was no trace of smoke or fire. The flying ghost beasts suddenly stopped. Wisps of black aura spread out from their bodies and flew toward Qinzong. Their bodies fell rapidly. Death! Qinzong was heading toward the ghost beast tribe, one of the middle 9 tribes. The first purpose of disguising himself as a ghost and sneaking into the ghost realm was to let the world will of the Tianyuan sacred domain devour the will of the purgatory ghost realm. This kind of devouring had to be done secretly behind the purgatory ghost realm's will. For this reason, the world will of the Tianyuan sacred domain had to use half of its power to disguise itself as the ghost realm's will. Fortunately, it had already devoured a lot of ghost realm's will. It was not difficult to disguise itself, and it would not be seen through. Qinzong's method was also in line with the characteristics of the purgatory ghost race. It would not be suspected. This was the first purpose. As for the second purpose, of course, it was for himself. The purgatory ghost race was powerful. Qinzong had always wanted to fight with experts. He wanted to train himself in battle and break through. In the current Tianyuan sacred domain, there were no other opponents besides his doppelganger Qin Xiu and heavenly god Gong. However, there were many Ghost King level experts in the purgatory ghost realm. There were 2 in the Ghost Forest tribe alone. In each of the upper 6 tribes, there were at least 10 Ghost King level experts. As for the strong 3 divisions, there were even more Ghost Kings. In total, there were more than 100 Ghost Kings in the entire purgatory. Other than that, there was also the powerful Ghost Mother Tree. Fighting with them could not only temper himself, but he could also absorb a large amount of ghost hunters while after killing them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. His current identity was one of the infamous loners of the ghost region. Furthermore, he was a Ghost King level loner. It was normal for him to fight everywhere. They pointed their swords at the Ghost Beast division. Qinzong charged forward in a straight line. From afar, Qinzong saw that on the plains, there was a group of ghosts fighting with ghost beasts. The battle was very intense, and it seemed that it was difficult to determine the victor. It could be seen that these ghosts belonged to the Ghost Beast clan. They were a group of ghost soldiers. Then go to hell. Qinzong's eyes were calm, and his expression did not change. He casually drew his sword and made a light cut. There was no sword light or sword chi, but the ghost soldiers and ghost beasts who were fighting fiercely suddenly stopped, as if they were immobilized. Wisps of black aura escaped from their bodies and flew toward Qinzong. They entered Qinzong's body and disappeared. Wisps of imperceptible clear aura entered his body and disappeared into the depths of his body. They became a kind of accumulation, waiting for a qualitative change. His sword returned to the sheath, but his body did not stop at all. He continued to move forward. Kill! 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 Even if it was a small tribe of the Ghost Beast clan, Qinzong would not let it go as long as it was on his flight path. Every time he swung his sword, it seemed that there was only one sword, but in fact there were countless swords. The advantages of the single-minded sword were very obvious. It was low consumption, fast, flawless, and powerful. However, there was also a disadvantage, which was that it was single-minded. Since it was single-minded, it could only deal with one target at a time. But it did not matter. This sword could be released and withdrawn at will, and its speed was amazing. In addition, Qinzong's unfathomable swordsmanship attainments made it seem that he had swung his sword once, but in fact he had swung his sword dozens or even hundreds of times. One sword for one kill, hundreds of times for one kill. As he swung his sword, Qinzong's application and mastery of the single-minded sword became more and more profound. The consumption of energy and the power of his sword were also constantly adjusted. Then, such a powerful sword move will be called the first move. Qinzong thought to himself, the first move of the single-minded sword move consumed about 10% more energy than the basic sword moves. Its power exceeded that of the serial heartbeat. If there was a first move, there would be a second one. It was very easy for Chunzong, who had amazing control. In the end, it was just a standard difference between moves. The second move consumed about 50% more energy than the basic sword moves. It was close to the ordinary sword moves, but its power was stronger than the everlasting fantasy. The third move consumed about the same amount of energy as the serial heartbeat, but its power was stronger than the infinite heart extinguishment. The fourth move consumed about the same amount of energy as the infinite heart extinguishment, but its power was equal to the lifeless vacuum cut. As for the fifth move, it was a little unexpected, but he still couldn't master it. With Chunzong's current strength, even the first move was enough to kill any ghost or ghost beast below the Ghost King level. The two Ghost Kings of the Ghost Forest tribe would also be hit by his sword. Of course, the bodies of the ghosts were strong. Even if they were hit, they wouldn't be seriously injured. As he moved forward, he pulled out his sword and killed. Wherever he went, all life was extinguished. He was like a killing maniac, exterminating one small tribe after another. He was approaching the city of the Ghost Beast tribe. Chunzong stood in the air outside the city of the Ghost Beast tribe. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked for a fight. We're the Ghost Kings of the Ghost Beast tribe. This was a rule among the ghosts. Small tribes, if they were killed, then they were killed. If they were destroyed, then they were destroyed. That was nothing. After all, every time the blood moon hung in the sky, the ghost forest on the Ghost Mother Tree would fall. At least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of baby ghosts would be born. If they were scattered, they could build dozens of small tribes. The blood moon only appeared once a year. In other words, the ghosts would give birth to a batch of baby ghosts every year. There were at least 30,000 of them. There were 18 different ghost tribes. As for the 9 middle tribes of the Ghost Clan, they could give birth to at least 60,000 Ghost Clan infants every year. As for the upper 6 tribes and the top 3 tribes, the number of babies born every year was even more shocking. Similarly, every year, a large number of ghosts would die in each ghost tribe. Most of them were ghosts who hadn't really grown up. After all, ghost beasts would also attack small ghost tribes. If they didn't stop the attack in time, they would all be killed. Therefore, the unspoken rule in the Ghost Forest was that the ghost cities didn't care too much about the safety of the small tribes. Survival of the fittest. If you died, it only meant that you were too weak. You could only become strong if you survived. The bloody iron rule was so cruel, but it was also very direct. It was completely different from the human race. Human cultivators couldn't become strong just by killing people. They still had to rely on their own cultivation. However, ghosts didn't need to cultivate to become strong. They only needed to keep fighting, killing, and devouring. Small tribes were not valued, but the ghost cities were different. Those who could enter the ghost cities were at least low-level ghost soldiers. They were the real fighting force of each ghost tribe. If you wanted to attack the ghost cities of others, you must first make a statement. For a war between ghost tribes, you must first make a statement to let the other party know before attacking. It was the same for a challenge. Since he had turned into a ghost, sometimes he had to act according to the rules of the ghost race. It wouldn't be easy to be exposed. Ghost Blade Jinshin of the Wandering Ghost Tribe is here to challenge you. Chunzong's voice rang out again and spread into the ghost city. It didn't sound very imposing, but it was suffused with a trace of sharpness. It was like a formless wind of sword chi that blew past, blowing into the ears of every Ghost Clan warrior. Challenge. Ghost Blade Jinshin is from the Ghost Blade tribe. Didn't you hear clearly? He said the Wandering Ghost Tribe. It was rare to see a Wandering Ghost Tribe directly challenge a Ghost King. In the Ghost Beast tribe, there were a total of 3 Ghost Kings. 2 Ghost Beast Kings were equivalent to 5 Ghost Kings. However, if one challenged the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe, they might have to face both Ghost Kings and Ghost Beast Kings at the same time. This kind of challenge wasn't that simple. It was either life or death. However, it wasn't easy to determine life and death between Ghost Kings. Unless there was a huge difference in fighting strength, at most one side would be injured. Soon, an extremely powerful aura surged out from the Ghost Beast City. It It was like a storm, bringing with it an extremely shocking pressure. Currently, there were only 2 Ghost Kings and 1 Ghost Beast King in the Ghost Beast tribe. As for the Ghost Beast King, he was seriously injured. He escaped back to the Purgatory Ghost territory through the small Purgatory Ghost Gate. No one knew where he was now. He hadn't returned to the Ghost Beast tribe. Maybe he was only left with a remnant soul. The Ghost King that appeared now was a Ghost King who didn't have the talent to control ghost beasts. He was 3 meters tall and looked very strong. He stood like a black iron tower, emitting waves of extremely powerful aura fluctuations. It was extremely terrifying. This Ghost King's arms were drooping. They were longer than the average ghost. His 10-finger joints were protruding. They seemed to be filled with amazing power. Without the talent to control ghost beasts, if one wanted to become stronger, he had to start from himself. Therefore, in the Ghost Beast tribe, if one ignored the Ghost Beast King, in terms of combat strength, this Ghost King was the strongest. A wandering ghost born in the Ghost Blade tribe. The Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe focused his gaze on Chunzong. He didn't look down on his opponent just because his opponent's body didn't look as strong as his. In fact, most of the ghosts in the Ghost Blade tribe didn't have as strong bodies as other ghosts. Their strength came from their ghost blades. The ghost blades were born with them. They grew with their bodies and were connected by blood. In the middle 9 tribes, the ghost blades were famous and had amazing power. This wandering ghost from the Ghost Blade tribe was a Ghost King level expert. He was probably a lone traveler. He couldn't be underestimated. Let's fight. Chunzong's words were very direct. The ghost race had never been a secretive race. If you want to fight, let's fight. You've come to the wrong place to challenge my Ghost Beast tribe. Remember, I'm called the Ghost Beast Evil Dragon. The Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe grinned. His 5 fingers curled into a fist. His fist was hollow. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his arms, bent his legs, and twisted his waist, using the void as the point of strength. Boom! Under his feet, countless ripples spread out in the void. They were like endless ripples. Chapter 1882. Third update, 1 punch. It was a ferocious punch with a dark fist force. It was like a dragon's roar. Under the fist, layers of void ripples rippled endlessly. Chunzong knew that the space in the Purgatory Ghost realm was much stronger than that in the Tianyuan Sanctuary. After all, the will of the world in the Tianyuan Sanctuary had just woken up and had not recovered its strength. The space was limited. However, the will of the world in the Purgatory Ghost realm was still intact. The space was also very strong. Therefore, even a Ghost King could not tear the void apart. He could only create ripples in the void. Those below the Ghost King level could not even create ripples in the void. The ripples in the void were endless. Layers of void ripples came down. A fist condensed with a terrifying force, with amazing power. It hit Chunzong in the face with an amazing pressure, as if it was going to crush him. Very strong. This power was not inferior to that of the Ghost King of the Ghastly Forest tribe, whose body had been destroyed by Chunzong. However, the opponent did not seem to have used his full strength. Unsheathed the sword. Without any warning, without sensing anything at all, he unsheathed his sword and stabbed out. The soundless sword was fast to the extreme, arriving first even though it was launched later. Chunzong did not use his sword to meet the fist. Because his sword was faster, there was no need to meet force with force. The Ghost Hand Evil Dragon's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt an extremely condensed and terrifying sharpness piercing through the void. It did not seem to create any ripples in the void. However, that sharpness made his heart palpitate. It was as if it was enough to threaten his life. Boom! The roar of a ferocious dragon shook heaven and earth. Countless ripples in the void spread out from the Ghost Hand Evil Dragon like crazy waves. As the ripples in the void overflowed, the void underwent some wonderful changes. It seemed to be layered and filled with amazing resistance. Chunzong only felt that his stab seemed to have pierced into the waves and was constantly being battered. As the extremely strong aura burst out, 2 flowers of the Supreme State appeared above the Ghost Hand Evil Dragon's head. These two flowers of extreme realm were the flower of essence and the flower of chi. Both of them had solidified and emitted an extremely terrifying aura that shook the surroundings. The blood-red flower of essence was the size of a human head, while the brown flower of chi was the size of a palm. The manifestation of the three flowers could be used in any world. It was an iron law of the universe. The size and degree of condensation of the three flowers were directly related to one's potential and combat strength. The three flowers were also divided into different levels. Palm-sized beasts were low-level beasts. The size of a human head meant that it was at the middle level. The size of a wash basin meant that it was of high rank. It was even bigger than a wash basin and was clearly one round bigger. It was a top-grade item. The difference between each stage was double. In other words, the mid-tier was twice as powerful as the low tier. This ghostly hand evil dragon had a low-level extreme realm flower and a mid-level extreme realm flower. Its combat power was equivalent to having 3 low-level extreme realm flowers, and all of them had been condensed to perfection. Most demigods could only condense low-level extreme realm flowers, and a few could condense mid-level extreme realm flowers. As for the high-level extreme realm flowers, they were even rarer. The top-grade extreme realm flowers were comparable to legends. However, Chunzong estimated that the level of his heart sword intent should be comparable to the high-level extreme realm flowers and even had a chance to surpass them. Breakthrough. The sword broke through layers of obstacles and instantly pierced through the ghostly hand evil dragon's body. The sword of single-minded intent was far more mysterious than the sword of will. There was no comparison at all. If the sword of will could only unleash 50% of the mystery of the heart sword intent, then the sword of single-minded intent could unleash 100% of it. It even had a chance to surpass the limit and surpass 100%. If it was the heart chain, it would be difficult to advance under layers of resistance. However, the sword of single-minded intent was different. It followed the heart and followed an extremely mysterious trajectory. It was like a fish swimming in the water and a snake swimming in the grass. Pierce. The ghostly hand evil dragon's body was penetrated in an instant. The extremely terrifying sharpness immediately wreaked havoc inside the ghostly hand evil dragon's body. It was as terrifying as the edge of a sword, as if it was going to tear its body apart. The ghostly hand evil dragon was very clear about this shocking sharpness. It was the ghostly hand evil dragon's ghostly blade force. The ghostly hand evil dragon's ghostly blade force was extremely terrifying. It was extremely sharp and could cut through everything. If it was condensed to the extreme, it could tear through everything. If it wasn't for its tyrannical physique and the mid-level essence flower that it condensed, it wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Resist. Erupt. Erupt with all its strength. Boom. The ghostly hand evil dragon exerted all its strength and threw out another punch. Dragon's Devour. This punch was the ultimate killing move. When the punch was thrown out, the pitch-black fist energy instantly condensed on the fist and turned into a ferocious single-horned dragon head. It opened its mouth and burst out an extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to devour everything. At the same time, the ghostly hand evil dragon's 5 fingers on its left hand slightly bent. The dragon's claw condensed and grabbed the air, tearing everything apart. The double attack came from both sides with astonishing power. Chunzong felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. He also felt as if he was being devoured. It was extremely horrifying, single-hearted and single-minded. One move. In an instant, Chunzong swung out his sword. There was no sword light or sword energy. It seemed to merge into the void and instantly hit the 2 moves of the ghostly hand evil dragon. It seemed to be one move, but in fact there were dozens of moves. They attacked the ghostly hand evil dragon's fist and claw from different angles. Break. Following the most mysterious trajectory, they broke the 2 killing moves of the ghostly hand evil dragon directly. The more powerful the move, the more shocking the lethality, but at the same time, the more obvious the flaw. Relatively speaking, The single-hearted and single-hearted sword that Chun Zong comprehended from the single-hearted formula was far superior to the evil dragon fist of the ghostly hand evil dragon. Single-hearted and single-minded. 3 moves. After breaking the fist and claw, Chun Zong's wrist shook slightly. The sword trembled, and in an instant, an invisible sword light broke through the air. There were no ripples in the void, but in an instant, it arrived. The layers of void ripples around the ghostly hand evil dragon could not resist at all and were penetrated again. The power of this sword was several times stronger than the previous one. The astonishingly sharp sword energy raged in its body, wantonly strangling. Condensing power to resist the raging sword energy, the ghostly hand evil dragon strength was also affected. It could only use 70% of its strength temporarily. This was a good opportunity. How could Chun Zong let it go? The challenge was just a cover. His real purpose was to kill a Ghost King and test how much Ghost Hunters will a Ghost King realm expert had. Although he had killed it in the profound realm before, it was directly absorbed by the world will, and he could not feel it. This time, part of the world will was in his body. As soon as he absorbed it, he could feel it clearly. Single-hearted and single-minded. 1 move. The first move was the weakest, consumed the least energy, and was the fastest to attack. It was most suitable to intercept and interrupt the opponent's attack and disrupt the opponent's rhythm. As long as the opponent's rhythm was disrupted, he could use the more powerful second move, third move, or even fourth move to cause serious damage or even kill. In just an instant, the ghostly hand evil dragon was hit by dozens of swords. Although it was only 1 move, and the injuries caused by each move were limited, when stacked together, it was still very shocking. Especially when dozens of first move sword energy and the third move sword energy blended and exploded in the body, aggravating the injury. Single-hearted and single-minded. For moves. The strongest move, kill. Using this move, Chun Zong's expression was a bit serious, and he was not playing it down. Sword move. Although Chun Zong was a bit more serious when this move was made, there was still no obvious aura fluctuation. The ghostly hand evil dragon, who was suppressing and dispersing the sword energy in its body, was horrified. A strong sense of palpitation emerged from the deepest part of its heart, as if a flood had broken through the dam. Its heartbeat reached its peak in an instant, as if it was going to jump out of its chest. Even the body of the mid-level flower of essence could not withstand it. Under the extreme heartbeat, its chi and blood were affected, as if it was going to flow in reverse, and its own strength was also affected, unable to operate as freely as before. The strong physique of the Purgatory Ghost was an important part of its combat strength. Once it was affected, it would also affect the performance of its combat strength. The 4 moves. The ghostly hand evil dragon was unable to resist, and it was directly hit by the sword. Cut. The ghostly hand evil dragon's body was directly cut in half at the waist. Stop. The ghostly hand evil dragon's expression changed greatly, and it immediately roared. The Ghost Clan's vitality was extremely tenacious, especially at the Ghost King level. After condensing the Flower of Extreme, they would make great progress in all aspects, and it was very shocking. Their self-healing ability would also reach the peak. The higher the level of the Flower of Extreme, the stronger the self-healing ability. In addition to some of the Ghost Clan's treasures and so on, whether it was the limbs, the body, or the head that were cut off, they could be reattached within a certain period of time. In just a few days, they would be able to recover, and it would not affect their movement and combat strength at all. Of course, Chun Zong also knew this, so he did not think that he could kill it by cutting it in half at the waist. He attacked again. The first move, the second move, the third move. When the sword was extremely fast and dense, one could vaguely see strands of thread-like sword light in the void. It was very thin and almost non-existent. Stop! A roar full of anger suddenly came out from the ghost city, and it was like a demonic thunder exploding in the void. Roar. Following a powerful and terrifying beast roar, Two extremely ferocious auras instantly exploded and surged forward. Endless ripples in the void blocked layer by layer. Two extremely powerful attacks broke through the air and blasted towards Chunzong. At the same time, the ghostly hand evil dragon was hit by hundreds of swords. It was difficult to kill a ghost king. As long as they were given some time, they could recover. Of course, being cut in half at the waist was also a serious injury, and it could not be recovered immediately. In addition, being difficult to kill did not mean that it could not be killed. Broken arms, broken legs, and even fingers and toes were cut off by Chunzong. In the next breath, its neck was also cut off. The ghostly hand evil dragon was directly dismembered. This kind of injury was so serious that even with the help of treasures, it would not be able to recover in more than a month. The more serious the injury, the faster the loss of vitality. If it was not treated in time, it would be easier for it to die. Two powerful attacks broke through the air. Chunzong attacked with his sword. One move, 100 swords, immediately disintegrated the two attacks. The fourth move. Chapter 1883. Fourth update. The sword was merciless, cutting off all life. The extremely sharp sword Qi raged in all directions. The ghost beast evil dragon's body and head were all chopped into pieces. Suddenly, wisps of thick black aura spread out from the broken body of the ghost beast evil dragon like rolling smoke. They gathered into a black demonic snake with a strong aura and went straight for Chunzong. The black demonic dragon was about a meter long and had no scales. It slithered through. Chunzong did not dodge and let the black demonic snake enter his body. This was the ghost realm carried in the ghost beast evil dragon. Compared to the ghost soldiers and ghost generals, the ghost realm carried by a ghost king was more than 100 times stronger. It was more than 1,000 times stronger. The ghost realm he obtained from killing thousands of ghosts and ghost beasts could not be compared with the ghost realm carried by the ghost beast evil dragon. As the demonic snake formed from the will of the world was swallowed and absorbed by the will of the world within Chunzong's body, a clear and pure origin energy suddenly surged into Chunzong's body and lay dormant in the depths of his body. Accumulation. Continuous accumulation, waiting for Chunzong to use it one day to bring great benefits. As for now, it was not clear. Lone traveler, you deserve to die. The ghost beast evil karma was furious. Under its attack, the ghost beast evil dragon was killed and caused a great loss to the ghost beast clan. He deserved to be killed 10,000 times. Fortunately, the ghost claw evil dragon wouldn't truly die. Its soul had already escaped. Chunzong couldn't do anything about it, because this was one of the rules of the ghost hunter's will. Of course, it was possible to destroy the soul of the ghost beast evil dragon, but it would expose the world will of Tianyuan's sacred realm. At that time, it would cause great trouble and danger. After weighing the pros and cons, he did not intend to do so. There was no need to do so. Although his soul was still alive, it was broken and incomplete. He could only enter the ghost region of the ghost mother tree and grow again. When the blood moon appeared once a year, he would turn into a young ghost with the potential of a ghost king and grow again. Generally speaking, these young ghosts would be secretly protected. Unless there was a danger that exceeded the limits of what they could endure, they would fight on their own until the ghost king's soul awakened. At that time, he would become a new ghost king. Facing the wrath of the ghost beast evil karma and the ghost beast king, Chunzong was not afraid at all. Fight! The One Heart Sutra's one heart and sword intent consumed very little energy. It could allow him to fight for a long time. With the strength of his physique, he could also fight for a long time without worrying about exhaustion. Since he had already killed a ghost king, there was no harm in killing another one. Anyway, this was the purgatory ghostly territory. The purpose of him sneaking in as a purgatory ghost was to cause damage to the purgatory ghosts and the purgatory ghostly territory. The greater the damage, the more ghostly wills the Tianyuan sacred territory's world consciousness could devour, and the faster it could recover. In that case, let's go on a killing spree. Sword intent. One heart and sword intent. With the long sword formed by the heart sword intent in his hand, Chunzong's eyes focused on the void. Lines seemed to appear in the void. The lines intertwined like silk threads, filling the void with changing colors. It was a mysterious trajectory in the void. Only those who had reached a certain level of cultivation or cultivated a special technique could see it. Chunzong could see it because of the One Heart Sutra and the Heart Sword intent. The One Heart and Sword intent followed this trajectory. It was the trajectory of the heart, the trajectory of the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the trajectory of the void. They were compatible. All the attacks of the Ghost Beast Evil Karma and the Ghost Beast King were blocked and weakened by Chunzong's sword. When the sword struck out, it seemed to be a straight stab, but it also seemed to be drawing arcs. It changed constantly, as if the mind was changing. It was unpredictable. He did not know where it began, nor did he know where it would end. However, the Ghost Beast Evil Karma had also condensed 2 flowers of extreme state. Although it was not as good as the Ghost Hand Evil Dragon, the difference was not big. Moreover, the Ghost Beast King had also condensed 2 flowers of extreme state. When the Ghost Beasts of the Ghost Beast clan and their Ghost Beasts worked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1. They could exert more power. This was the talent of the Ghost Beast clan. For a moment, the pressure on Chunzong increased dramatically. The joint attack of the Ghost Beast King and the Ghost Beast King was like a torrential storm. Every attack was extremely powerful and terrifying. If he was hit, Chunzong would not be able to withstand it, even with his stronger physique. Powerful moves usually had more flaws. However, under the cooperation of the Ghost King and the Ghost Beast King, although the flaws of the powerful moves did not decrease, they were covered up by each other. Even if you saw the flaw, it was covered up by the powerful power of the other unique moves. There was no way to break through it. Under the intertwining of powerful forces, Chunzong was surrounded and blocked all of his escape routes. There was no way to dodge. The black light encircled Chunzong like a circle, continuously compressing inward. Not only did it make it difficult for Chunzong to dodge, but it also seemed like it wanted to suppress Chunzong within and then kill him with tyrannical power. This was the ultimate power of the joint attack of the Ghost Beast King and the Ghost Beast King. Danger. A strong sense of danger swept over like a surging tide, wanting to drown Chunzong. The One Heart Sutra strengthened Chunzong's heart's sensitivity. The supreme sword will of the heart also strengthened Chunzong's perception. Therefore, any trace of danger would be more clearly sensed by Chunzong, and it would also be more intense. Burst! In an instant, the power in Chunzong's body gushed out like a volcanic eruption. His chi and blood surged like a torrent of magma, surging endlessly in the body of the Ghost Clan, bursting out with unparalleled ferocity. At the same time, above Chunzong's head, a flower of the extreme state was condensing. It was a blood-red flower of the extreme state. It was the flower of essence. As soon as it condensed, it immediately shocked the Ghost Beast Evil Karma. High level. It was a high-level flower of the extreme state. Although it did not look solid and had not been condensed to the perfect level, high level was high level. The power it emitted was extremely shocking. Strong. Tyrannical. A very powerful feeling filled his heart and body. This feeling was very strange. Although his body was very powerful before, it seemed to be sealed, or it seemed to be in a deep sleep. Now, it had been unsealed and awakened. As soon as it was unsealed, it was like an awakened dragon, bursting out with incomparably shocking power. This was also the first time Chunzong felt the power of a body that had condensed the flower of the extreme state. It was very powerful. He could also feel that his power had become very condensed. The difference between the same body and the flower of the extreme state was very obvious. Before the flower of the extreme state was activated, the power in it was like a small pool, and the degree of condensation of the power was like a hemp rope. After the flower of the extreme state was activated, it immediately changed. The power became like a pool, and the degree of condensation also became like a steel wire. Moreover, this power that had been condensed to the extreme could be integrated with his other powers, completely combining them, and the power would increase greatly. He swung his sword. There were 3 moves in this sword, but this sword was not as silent as before. Instead, it faintly carried traces of muffled sounds, as if divine thunder was wreaking havoc in the depths of the void, erupting with an incomparably shocking might. The power increased more than twofold. Slash! The surrounding black light was instantly cut apart. Chunzong's body flashed, and he followed the crack. His body was extremely agile, and he instantly rushed out. The first move, the fastest move, was also the easiest move. He immediately attacked. It looked like one sword, but there were hundreds of swords. Each sword burst forth with extremely shocking power, and there was no mercy. The Ghost Beast, Evil Karma, and the Ghost Beast King were immediately surrounded by countless swords, and they were instantly hit. One sword, and the sword Qi raged in their bodies, wantonly strangling. The Ghost Beast, Evil Karma's expression changed drastically, and it exploded in anger. It raised its hands, as if it was lifting up a part of the world. An endless dark aura spread out. The mighty power of the Ghost God. Amidst the loud roar, the entire ghost city shook in an instant, as if the power hidden in every part of the ghost city erupted and surged up. Dark smoke billowed like dragons and snakes. In an instant, they all rushed to the sky above the ghost city and gathered into a dark shadow. The shadow seemed to be infinitely high and incomparably deep. It stood between heaven and earth like a ghost god, and it filled the air with endless power that enveloped heaven and earth, suppressing all directions. Chunzong knew that this was the shadow of a ghost god. In every complete ghost city, the Ghost King could draw out the mighty power of the ghost god that had accumulated for many years to form the shadow of a ghost god. In the next breath, the shadow of a ghost god attached itself to the Ghost Beast Evil Karma's body. The Ghost Beast Evil Karma's aura skyrocketed layer by layer, and it directly increased by more than 2 times. Under normal circumstances, the Ghost King was unwilling to use the mighty power of the Ghost God to summon the shadow of a Ghost God. After all, the accumulation of the mighty power of the Ghost God was very slow, and it was accumulated bit by bit. The speed of accumulation was closely related to the strength of the Ghost Clan tribe. For example, the speed of accumulation of the mighty power of the Ghost God of the strong 3rd tribe was faster than the other tribes. However, no matter how fast it was accumulated, a part of it would be used every time it was used. Therefore, the mighty power of the Ghost God was often used as a trump card. Of course, this trump card could only be activated in the Ghost City. It was useless outside the Ghost City. After activating the Ghost God Mighty Force and summoning the Ghost God Phantom to possess his body, not only would his combat power increase by several times, but he would also have an amazing improvement in all aspects. For example, his self-healing ability. Even if he was cut off, he would be able to heal in an instant, and it would not affect his combat ability at all. Therefore, even the Ghost King level powerhouses of the strong clans would rarely go to other ghost cities to slaughter, lest they infuriate the other party and summon the phantom of the Ghost God. Chunzong had killed one of the Ghost Kings, which naturally enraged the other Ghost King. When the other Ghost King realized that he could not kill this wandering ghost of the Ghost Blade clan, he decisively stimulated the Ghost God Mighty Force and summoned the Ghost God Phantom to possess him. Chunzong was also aware of this information. He looked solemn, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of excitement and fighting spirit. He wondered what level the other party's fighting prowess would reach under the possession of the apparition. Chapter 1884. 5th update. 3rd update will be updated later. If you enter the top 20, then there will be an extra 3rd update. Also, today is our little friend Zhu Xion's birthday. I wish him a happy birthday and wish him all the best. With the Ghost God Phantom attached to his body, the Ghost Beast Evil Karma's aura increased several times. His body seemed to be infinitely large, and when he punched out, the void rippled endlessly. Under the ripples, one could even see tiny fragments. Cracks in the void. This attack actually caused a crack in the void. It should be known that the spatial strength of the Purgatory Ghost Realm was far stronger than that of the Tianyuan Sacred Region. Even if Chun Zong attacked with all his strength, he would not be able to cause cracks in the void. The Ghost King activated the Ghost God Mighty Force and summoned the Ghost God Phantom to possess his body. His battle prowess increased by several times. When he attacked, he was able to crack the void. Although it was only a small crack, it was still shocking. That punch had a terrifying pressure that could seal the sky and lock the earth. It attacked from all directions, as if it wanted to crush Chun Zong's body. Even his strong physique seemed to be unable to withstand this pressure. Under the guidance of Xian Xian, 100 swords appeared in an instant, but it also seemed to be just one sword. They came from all directions and pierced the punch, constantly weakening the power of the punch. Under this sword, Chun Zong could clearly feel the power contained in the punch. It was extremely powerful and was not something he could withstand. If he was hit, he might be blown up in an instant. Of course, that was just a theory. It should be known that he had a heartprint treasure robe on him that could weaken external forces by 70%. However, Chun Zong would not be stupid enough to take the opponent's attack head-on. With such a powerful attack, even if it was weakened to 30%, it was enough to seriously injure him. Chun Zong did not plan to retreat. Fight! So what if you are several times stronger? As long as you can't defeat me in an instant, I can fight. The Ghost Beast King roared. A shadow suddenly rushed out from its body and merged with the Ghost Beast Evil Karma's punch. Boom! It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Its power more than doubled. Danger! An extremely strong sense of danger. As if an alarm bell rang, Chun Zong's mind was shaken. He could not avoid it. Chun Zong found that with his mind's eye, he could not find the trajectory of dodging in an instant. The mind's eye was a unique perception condensed after inheriting the Heart Sutra. It replaced the eyes to perceive the surroundings with the heart, faster and more accurate. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat could be decided in the blink of an eye. The judgment of the heart's eye was faster than one's consciousness. Chun Zong immediately knew that he would not be able to avoid this attack. Sort of one heart and one thought. Fourth style. The wash basin-sized high-grade flower of essence above his head also emitted a shocking blood-red light, and all of its power burst out. Boom! Bloody light blossomed from this sword. It was as if wind and thunder were surging, and it was filled with a shocking, destructive aura. The sword of one heart and one's will came from the heart. If the heart was strong, the sword would be strong. If the heart changed, the sword would change. Wind and clouds, wind and thunder, sword, heart. The might of this sword strike was extremely tyrannical and peerless. Layers of ripples surged out from the void beneath the sword, transforming into violent waves that swept out in all directions. Boom! The tip of the sword slashed down and collided with the extremely violent punch. In just an instant, the sword light shattered, and the body of the sword shook violently. An extremely terrifying force seemed to want to shatter the body of the sword. It even passed through the body of the sword and went straight for Chun Zong's arm. Layers of invisible light suddenly spread out from the arm holding the sword like ripples, spreading to the shoulders, then to the body, legs, and finally to the rest of the body. The ripple was the power of the Ghost King's punch. When it landed on the Heart Seal treasure robe, it was constantly weakened by the Heart Seal treasure robe. In an instant, Chun Zong felt as if his body was being ravaged by an extremely terrifying and violent force. It was as if he was being trampled wantonly by an ancient dragon elephant, as if he was being torn apart and shattered. After being weakened, he was only left with 30% of his strength, yet he was already in so much pain. If he had used 100% of his strength, his body would probably have been blown apart. Spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, Chun Zong quickly retreated without hesitation. The difference in combat strength was too great. Even if he was good at defeating stronger opponents, he couldn't overcome such a huge gap in combat strength. The other party had activated the Demon God Force and summoned the Demon God Phantasm to possess him, increasing his battle prowess by several times. On the other hand, Chunzong had no idea how much ghost deity force the Ghost Beast clan had accumulated. If he continued to fight, it would be disadvantageous for him. Retreat. After this battle, the next time he challenged a Ghost King, he would have to be careful not to run into the other party's Ghost City. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the might of the Ghost God. Of course, this was also because his combat strength was not strong enough. If he could condense 3 flowers of Extreme Realm, his combat strength would skyrocket and he would become even more powerful. Now, he had only condensed a flower of essence. Moreover, it had yet to fully condense. Traces of warmth spread throughout his body, alleviating the intense pain and then disappearing. His injuries also slowly healed. Transforming into a ghost meant that he would more or less possess some of the characteristics of the ghost race, such as a super strong self-healing ability. The waters of the ghost realm are deeper than I thought. In the void, Chunzong muttered to himself. Then, he would have to be more careful in his following actions. It was a pity that when he transformed into a ghost, he received part of the ghost race's abilities, but he did not receive the ghost race's ability to devour vitality to strengthen himself. However, other than devouring vitality to strengthen himself, there were also some precious and sacred herbs growing in the ghost realm. If he could find them and absorb them, he could also strengthen himself. The injuries in his body were gradually healing. Chunzong knew that the strength of the experts in the ghost realm was amazing. Even if he had the Heart Seal treasure code, he could not afford to be careless. If the opponent's combat strength was stronger, even if it was weakened by 70%, that 30% would be enough to make him suffer. His injuries would definitely be more serious than before. And that Ghost King was only a Ghost King from the Ghost Beast clan of the middle 9 divisions. What if it was a Ghost King from the upper 6 divisions or the top 3 divisions? Suddenly, Chunzong thought of the disordered Ghost City. Compared to the 36 ghost cities of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, the disordered Ghost City did not have the Ghost Mother Tree, nor did it have the power of ghosts and deities. It could be said that it was the easiest force to deal with. Then, he might be able to use the disordered Ghost City as a starting point. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts spread in Chunzong's mind. The forces in the disordered Ghost City were complicated, but it would be easier than going to other ghost cities. Then, let's go to the disordered Ghost City. Chunzong recalled carefully, organized the information, and compared it with his current location to find the direction to the disordered Ghost City. The disordered Ghost City was far from the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. The space in the Purgatory Ghost Realm was much stronger than that in the Tianyuan Sacred Region, so Chunzong's flying speed was relatively slow. Along the way, Chunzong did not just rush. If he encountered any ghost beasts, he killed them with a sword. If he encountered any ghosts, he killed them with a sword. Even the weak ghost beasts and ghosts had the will of the ghost realm in them. Although it was very little, mosquito legs were meat, and many little drops made a mickle. They were not humans. Chunzong did not feel the slightest burden when he killed them. On the contrary, as he kept killing, the killing intent became more and more condensed. Flying at high speed, Chunzong suddenly stopped, and his expression changed greatly. He felt that his spirit sea was attacked by an amazing force. Traces of aura seemed to appear out of nowhere, and turned into wisps of fierce ghosts and evil spirits. They lingered in Chunzong's spirit sea and kept raging. They attacked Chunzong's consciousness and soul, trying to devour it. Resist! Chunzong stopped and focused his consciousness to resist the attacks of these fierce ghosts and evil spirits. He felt waves of violent and cold, killing intent growing in his heart, as if it wanted to kill and destroy everything. But Chunzong's will was strong, and he kept resisting this attack and destroying it. After a quarter of an hour, Chunzong breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes flashed with fatigue. He finally resisted the continuous attacks of the evil spirits and evil spirits. It was more tiring than a big battle, but his will seemed to be stronger because of it. The reason why he became a demon was because he could not bear the backlash of the evil spirits and evil spirits. When the evil spirits invaded his soul, he became a demon who lost his mind and only knew how to kill. From the beginning of Chunzong's cultivation until now, the number of people and beasts he had killed could not be counted. The evil spirits and evil spirits were constantly accumulating, but before that, they were all turned into nutrients for Chun Xiu's cultivation and were absorbed by him. Even the fiendish aura he had accumulated after killing nearly 100,000 ghouls in the profound world had been completely absorbed by Chun Xiu. But when they entered the purgatory ghost realm, Chun Xiu was not there. Moreover, the environment of the purgatory ghost realm was gloomy and dark, and the evil spirits were invisibly magnified and strengthened. Chunzong's soul was not the soul of a ghost, but that of a human. It was naturally incompatible with such an environment, and it was easier to be attacked. Finally, after continuously killing ghosts and ghost beasts and obtaining the wills of the ghost realm, he continued to accumulate evil spirits and evil spirits. Among them, there were traces of the remnant wills of the ghosts and ghost beasts that were integrated into the evil spirits and evil spirits. After accumulating, they finally launched an attack on Chunzong. If Chunzong failed to resist, he would lose his will and become a killing demon. But Chunzong succeeded in resisting, and his will became stronger and more tenacious, killing like a raging fire and a will like true gold. Chunzong stared forward, and his eyes became sharper. In the purgatory ghost realm, his current battle strength was obviously not enough. He needed to be stronger to be able to stir up a storm in the ghost realm, set off greater changes, and devour more wills of the ghost realm. If he wanted to become stronger, he could not devour the vitality of other ghosts to strengthen himself like a real ghost. What's more, after reaching the Ghost King realm, the efficiency of a ghost devouring was not as good as before. Even if he devoured, it could only strengthen his body and internal strength, and had nothing to do with his spiritual will. Since killing ghosts and ghost beasts would accumulate evil spirits and the broken souls of ghosts and beasts, the accumulation of evil spirits and ghost beasts would affect his consciousness of the spirit sea and temper his will. Finally, his will would be tempered to the extreme, and then condense the flower of the extreme, which represented the god, and his battle strength would greatly increase. Then kill. He could kill more unscrupulously. Chapter 1885. Real-time broadcast. Our monthly votes for Ascension are now 411, ranking 25th. This is really awesome. The dominator of the Sixth Tao is both excited and touched. The Purgatory Ghost Realm was a strange and extreme world. It was smaller than the Tianyuan Sacred Region in size, but it was far stronger than the Tianyuan Sacred Region. Therefore, Chunzong's speed in the Purgatory Ghost territory was more than 100 times slower than when he was in the Tianyuan Sacred Region. To a certain extent, the Purgatory Ghost territory was larger than the Tianyuan Sacred Region. In the Purgatory Ghost territory, other than the territory of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, ghost beasts roamed everywhere. They fought and killed each other, devouring each other to strengthen themselves. There seemed to be no end. The members of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, whether they were warriors in the Ghost City or the small Ghost Clan tribes outside the Ghost City, were not idle. Chunzong realized that the Purgatory Ghost territory was very strange. The ghost beasts that were active in the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan were not very powerful. The highest level ghost beasts were inferior ghost beast soldiers. They were very suitable for the small Ghost Clan tribes to kill and devour. The ghost beasts that were superior to the inferior ghost beast soldiers were active outside the territories of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. It felt like there was an invisible hand controlling everything behind the scenes, planning everything in an orderly manner. Why were the powerful ghost beasts only active outside the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan? And why were the weaker ghost beasts active in the small ghost clans of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan? It seemed to have been arranged so that the small Ghost Clan tribes could fight with the ghost beasts. When they grew up, they could break through to become ghost soldiers and enter the ghost city to become tribal warriors. If one did not think about it, they would think that everything was normal. However, as Zong moved forward, killing and learning, he could not help but feel puzzled. It was very scary. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a mastermind controlling everything. The situation in the Purgatory Ghost territory and the Ghost Clan was different from the Tianyuan sacred region. How should he describe it? The Tianyuan sacred region was a very normal world where people were born, grew old, got sick, and died. However, the Purgatory Ghost territory did not have any of this. The Ghost Clan was born from the Ghost Mother tree. Strictly speaking, there was no gender difference, but they were more male in appearance. The Ghost Beasts were not born from reproduction. Like the Ghost Clan, they were born in the Ghost Mother pool. Compared to the Ghost Mother tree, there were more Ghost Mother pools, and they were everywhere. The Ghost Clan and Ghost Beasts were born to fight, devour, and become stronger. After that, he became a true Ghost Clan warrior and continued to fight. Or leave the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clans of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan tribes to fight, devour, and become stronger. Warriors of the Ghost Clans of the Ghost Clan warriors of the Ghost Clans sacred region of the Ghost Clans. In short, fighting and devouring were the norm in the Purgatory Ghoul territory. It was the main line that ran through the lives of the Purgatory Ghouls. Ghost Clans was Ghost Clap Cleese. Chuna, the ghost of clan, his train of thought seemed to have cleared up, but the more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Ghost, and even God Clan. God. He didn't dare to think about it. Zong didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Anyway, in the void of the universe, there were countless worlds. Some worlds were strange, but normal. Maybe the Purgatory Ghost territory was one of those special worlds. Since he had already sneaked in, he would do his best to destroy it. He would devour more wills of the ghost territory and further strengthen himself. Flying high in the sky, Zong saw the ground ahead. There were two small armies fighting each other. Each side had about 1,000 ghost soldiers, led by the low-rank ghost generals. They were fighting each other. Zong paused for a moment. He focused his eyes. Zong was very interested in one of the two parties involved in the battle. The Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division. The bodies of the Ghost Clan members of the Ghost Blade Division did not look as strong as those of the other Ghost Clan members. Instead, they appeared to be more agile. When they fought, they also used weapons. Moreover, they used sharp blades, which were usually sabers or swords. The sharp weapons of the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division were closely related to their bloodline. They were weapons that grew out of their bodies when they were born. To some extent, they were also part of the body. Such sharp weapons grew out of the body. They would grow as the body grew stronger. They were very helpful to the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division. They were naturally compatible with each other. They were extremely flexible and could exert their power to the extreme. But at the same time, once they were destroyed, the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division would also suffer heavy losses. Zong stopped and observed the fighting skills of the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division. Compared to the other Ghost Clans, the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division paid more attention to the exertion of fighting skills. Of course, this was only relative. In Zong's eyes, the Ghost Blade Division's sword and saber techniques were not very skillful. They were only fast and powerful. This was the sword and saber techniques that were born for fighting and killing. In fact, this was the martial arts of the Ghost Clan. Putting aside all other factors, they only focused on killing. To kill, one must have enough power and speed. This was also the ability that the Ghost Clan of the Purgatory possessed. It was just the right time to exert these abilities. Take the human race, for example. After countless years of development and continuous reproduction, they had created tens of thousands of martial arts. Among them, there were martial arts that specialized in killing, martial arts that had many variations, and there were also martial arts that were only for viewing. Although the other Ghost Clans could also use weapons, weapons were foreign objects. They could not exert their power as thoroughly as the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division. After watching for a while, Chunzong lost interest. Most of the fighting methods of the Ghost Clan were simple and direct. Even the Ghost Blade division, which involved profound skills, was not separated from this. Then, all of you should die. Above the sky, Chunzong pulled out his sword and attacked in the air. With a rumbling sound, it was like thunder on the ground. The shocking sound exploded and shocked the two sides who were fighting on the ground. They could only feel an extremely strong sense of palpitation emerging from the deepest part of their hearts. Without much time to think, their bodies trembled, and their vitality quickly drained away. The Ghost Clan's willpower in their bodies also flew away and was drawn into Chunzong's body by an invisible force. Together with the Ghost Clan's willpower, there were also the broken fear souls of the Ghost Clan. In an instant, Chunzong felt that in his spirit's sea, broken fierce souls and fierce ghosts appeared out of thin air. They let out mournful howls and wantonly rushed to his soul, wanting to devour his consciousness. Guarding his mind, he resisted with his willpower. A sharp light condensed at the edge of his willpower. It was as sharp as the edge of a sword. Suddenly, in the confrontation, the broken fierce souls of the Ghost Clan were shattered and destroyed. After another round of training, his willpower became more tenacious. If this situation continued, perhaps it would not take long for his willpower to be sharpened to the extreme and then condense the flower of extreme state. He continued to move forward. Along the way, he drew his sword and killed. Every time he killed, he would absorb the Ghost Clan's willpower, and a trace of it, strong or weak, would fuse into the depths of his body and hibernate. Chunzong also found that as he continued to attack, the potential of this body was stimulated little by little, and the flower of essence became more and more condensed. The broken fear souls of the Ghost Clan were also accumulating, causing a qualitative change. They once again attacked his spirit sea and sharpened his willpower. Chunzong found that as his willpower continued to be sharpened and strengthened, so much so that in the future, he would need more fear souls of the Ghost Clan to achieve the effect of sharpening. Then he could only keep on killing more and more ghosts. The Ghost Clan was a warlike clan. Once they met, there was a great possibility that a fight would break out. Once a fight broke out, it was either life or death. However, Chunzong's armor showed that he was an expert at the Ghost King realm. Ordinary ghosts did not dare to provoke him. Finally, Chunzong flew out of the boundary of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. However, along the way, Chunzong did not enter the boundary of the 3 strong tribes, so he did not see any experts of the 3 strong tribes. In the wilderness, the land was dark as if there was no end. Countless ghost beasts were running and fighting on it. The momentum was shocking, and the extremely terrifying aura was endless. Chunzong knew that after crossing this wilderness, he would arrive at the Chaos Ghost City. After flying for about half a day, Chunzong saw the outline of a huge black city. It was like an ancient, ferocious giant beast lying on the ground, sleeping. From afar, Chunzong could feel the aura fluctuation from the city. Evil, chaotic. The Chaos Ghost City lived up to its name. From here, I will start my journey to the Chaos Ghost City. Chunzong's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes were full of sharpness. He restrained his aura and strode toward the open city gate. At the city gate, there were a few superior ghost soldiers standing guard, staring at the Ghost Clan members who were coming and going. Immediately, they saw Chunzong, and their pupils shrank. Because of the armor on Chunzong's body. In the 36 ghost tribes, some ghosts would wear armor, but there was an essential difference between the armor they wore and the armor that was connected to their flesh and blood. Moreover, the armor of the Ghost Armor tribe also had its own characteristics. It was very obvious. The armor on the figure in front of them had an indescribable nobility, and there was a kind of innate pressure that originated from the root. This was a Ghost King. Even in the 3 great divisions, a Ghost King was considered to be at the top of the Ghost King division. It was natural for them to have a lofty status. Therefore, Chunzong did not stop him and directly stepped into the Chaos Ghost City. However, because he restrained his aura, he was not immediately discovered by the other Ghost Kings in the city. But Chunzong's super-sensitive perception allowed him to sense the ghost kings in the city. 10 ghost kings. There were a total of 10 ghost kings in the Chaos Ghost City. 10 Ghost Kings meant that the top fighting strength of the Chaos Ghost City was not inferior to any of the upper 6 tribes, and was second only to the 3 strong tribes. It was no wonder that the Chaos Ghost City could stand until now without being destroyed. Because of strength. Then, he would become the 11th Ghost King in the Chaos Ghost City. Although he restrained his aura, he believed that it would not take long for the 10 Ghost Kings to know of his arrival. But he did not know how they would react when the time came. Ignore? Recruit? Expel? No matter what, Chunzong was not afraid. The worst result would be a fight. With his current strength, even if he could not win, he could still escape. As he stepped into Chaos Ghost City, Chunzong's mind spun as he pondered how he should proceed with his plan. Chapter 1886. 7th Update. It was true that a single person with only a sword could fight in all directions. Although it was flexible and could come and go freely, making it even harder for others to grasp, its advantages were obvious. However, its disadvantages were also obvious, and that was that it was weak. Chunzong understood that if he wanted to get more wills of the Purgatory Ghost territory, he could only rely on killing ghosts to get more wills of the Purgatory Ghost territory. In this case, he might as well set up a force with himself as the leader. He could gather the fate of the whole force and strengthen the concentration of the wills of the ghost territory. In this way, part of the wills of the ghost territory would belong to him and be devoured by the will of the Tianyuan sacred territory. This could increase the efficiency and speed of devouring the wills of the ghost territory. Chaos Ghost City lived up to its name. Chunzong saw many different ghosts along the way. Some of them were from the Ghost Clan with their ghost beasts. They were from the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Clan. Some of them were from the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Clan with their sabers and swords. The aura emitted from their sabers and swords was one with their bodies. In addition, Chunzong also saw a ghost covered in armor. These were the ghosts of the Ghost Armor Division. Their armor was innate and was present at birth, just like the sabers and swords of the Ghost Blade Division. The Ghost Armor Division's Ghost Clan's armor had amazing defensive power. However, Chunzong could tell the difference between the armor of the Ghost Armor Division and the Ghost King armor at a glance. He could sense it. There were also ghosts from the Ghost Hand Division, whose arms were much thicker and longer. All in all, Chaos Ghost City lived up to its name. Here, you could see 36 ghost tribes. Of course, most of them were taken away from the ghost territory, or they betrayed the headquarters for some reason. The ghosts who betrayed the headquarters and came to Chaos Ghost City were usually more powerful, but also fewer. Chunzong wanted to get some information, but he found it difficult. Or rather, he didn't have any special channels. Different from the human race, ghosts were very simple. They seemed to be born to fight and devour. They kept fighting and devouring. Chunzong had been to many places and seen many things. Among the human race, the more chaotic a place was, the more ghosts and monsters there were. The situation was more complicated. All sorts of strange industries existed. Furthermore, there were many places where people could gather information and entertain themselves. These places were very prosperous, but they did not exist in the ghost region. The only entertainment they had was the death arena, where the Ghost Clan could enter to fight. If they won, they would be rewarded. If they won to a certain extent, they could even be valued by those powerful forces and be taken in by the Ghost King. It was normal for the ghost race to rely on the strong. Although the intelligence network here was very weak, Chunzong still managed to sort out the information he gathered. There were many forces in chaotic Ghost City. If one were to divide them carefully, there were actually 36 of them. Coincidentally, there were the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. The characteristics of the Ghost Clan were very clear. They were the clan they were born in. Even if they were taken away when they were born or betrayed later, they would not abandon their origins. Even if they did not return to the main clan, they would still use the name and surname of the main clan when they were outside. From this point, one could see a characteristic of the Ghost Clan. Among these 36 forces, the strongest was naturally the Ghost Clan, which came from the 3 strong tribes. After all, chaotic Ghost City was founded by the Ghost Kings of the 3 strong tribes who had betrayed them. Among them, the Ghost King Clan, the Ghost Killing Clan, and the Ghost Underworld Clan had joined hands to form the City Lord Mansion of chaotic Ghost City. The other 33 clans either formed alliances with each other or were hostile to each other. This formed the unique stable situation in chaotic Ghost City. For a moment, Chunzong's mind became active. Originally, he planned to form a force by himself and compete with the other forces. He did not care about casualties. After all, his real purpose was the Ghost Clan's will. But now, it seemed that this method was not feasible. Before he succeeded in forming his force, he would immediately be attacked by the 36 forces. He would not be able to achieve anything. In addition, according to the characteristics of the Ghost Clan, it was not easy for him to form a group. However, there was a ready-made group. That was the Ghostblade Clan. At present, there were 9 Ghost Kings in chaotic Ghost City. Coincidentally, 2 of the 10 Ghost Kings came from the strongest Ghost King Clan. The other 8 came from the Ghost Killing Clan, the Ghost Underworld Clan, and the upper 6 clans. As for the middle 9 clans and the lower 18 clans, there were no Ghost King level experts in charge. Fortunately, although chaotic Ghost City was chaotic, it would become very united when facing the 36 clans. Because of this, it was not attacked by the 36 clans of the Ghost Clan. Of course, if the 3 strongest clans were willing to attack with all their strength, they could break into chaotic Ghost City. However, they would have to pay a price. Chunzong turned his feet and adjusted his direction slightly. Then, he quickly headed toward the Ghostblade Clan. Chaotic Ghost City was very big. However, it did not have the prosperity that a human city should have. All the buildings were very crude, or rather rough. The main roads and small roads intersected with each other. There were also many open spaces like a wilderness. Ghost beasts could be seen. It felt like a piece of land was surrounded by walls. It was like a small town of the human clan with mountains and rivers. Not long after, Chunzong saw a unique building standing on the ground. The building was completely black. It was like a sharp blade of various sizes pointing to the dusky sky. It emitted a shocking sharpness. The Ghostblade Clan. This was where the Ghostblade Clan was located. At the entrance, there were ghost soldiers of the Ghostblade Clan guarding. Chunzong did not hide his whereabouts. He slightly emitted a wisp of aura, which immediately attracted the attention of the 2 ghost soldiers guarding the entrance. The 2 ghost soldiers were stunned. Their eyes widened uncontrollably, as if they had seen a ghost. Their mouths were agape, but they did not know what to say. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Ghost King. This was obviously a Ghost King. Moreover, it seemed to be a Ghost King of the Ghostblade Clan. Ghostblade Clan, come out and meet me. Chunzong stood still. His voice was like a thunderclap. It carried a shocking sharpness, like an invisible blade cutting into the Ghostblade Clan. In an instant, all the ghosts of the Ghostblade Clan were alarmed. King, someone who dared to call himself that was a Ghost King. And this sharpness was exactly the same as theirs. Obviously, this was a Ghost King of the Ghostblade Clan. In an instant, the ghosts of the Ghostblade Clan appeared one after another, standing in front of Chunzong. At first glance, it was indeed a Ghost King of the Ghostblade Clan. Greetings, Ghost King. All the ghosts of the Ghostblade Clan knelt down on one knee and saluted. The strong were respected. No matter where one was born or what one's current status was, as long as one was strong, one would receive the corresponding respect. The ghosts were a perfect example of this. Moreover, the person in front of them was a Ghost King of the Ghostblade Clan, who shared the same roots as them. I am a loner, Ghostblade Jinshin. Today, I have come to take charge of the Ghostblade Clan. Do you have any objections? Chunzong pointed out his current status and stated his intentions. The minds of the ghosts were not as complicated as those of the humans. The strong were respected, and the weak were obeyed. It was as simple as that. Therefore, he did not need to play any tricks. In fact, that was not what he was good at. Of course, disguising as a ghost and sneaking into the ghost region was not suitable for those who were fickle and liked to scheme. The ghosts only cared about their fists. Whatever strategy he had, it was all useless. An extreme world, an extreme race. In response to Chunzong's words, if they were from the human race, they would usually resist. Or, even if they were forced to submit under pressure, they would still be very dissatisfied. After all, no one would be happy to have something that belonged to them, taken by others. However, these ghosts readily agreed, as if they were eager to do so. Chunzong was stunned for a moment. Humans, ghosts. People's hearts were like ghosts, but the hearts of the ghosts were straightforward and simple. For a moment, Chunzong suddenly had a deeper understanding of the Tao of Heart. Vaguely, he seemed to have grasped something, but he still lacked the opportunity. However, this bit of inspiration was temporarily stored in his heart. It was very simple. Chunzong entered the Ghost Blade clan as a loner, Ghost Blade Jinshin Ghost King, and became the leader and controller of the Ghost Blade clan. For a moment, Chunzong could feel strands of the Ghost Blade while falling on his body. Immediately, they were swallowed and absorbed by the Ghost Blade will in the Tianyuan sacred domain. As expected, my guess was right, and the path was right. Chunzong could not help but think to himself. Another point made Chunzong sigh. Originally, he had thought that he would have to put in some effort to truly enter the Ghost Blade clan and use some methods to subdue these ghosts and make them truly submit to him. However, there was no need for that now. It was very simple and direct. They had all submitted to him. It was because of this that he was able to obtain the Ghost Blade will. Although it wasn't much, it was like a stream of water that flowed continuously. If the Ghost Blade clan grew stronger, the Ghost Blade will that was gathered would also grow stronger. To a certain extent, the Ghost Blade will also represented the Ghost Blade fate. The soul still belonged to the human race. This was the origin. Therefore, for a moment, Chunzong could not fully understand the thoughts of these ghosts. It was very simple. The Ghost Blade clan was not weak in chaotic Ghost City, but it was not strong either. This was because they lacked a top battle force, which was a Ghost King realm expert. However, it was impossible for the Ghost Blade clan to submit to other forces. At most, they would form an alliance. Now, there was a Ghost King who came from the Ghost Blade clan and shared the same roots as the Ghost Blade clan. Of course, it was a good thing that he was going to lead them. In this way, the Ghost Blade clan would become stronger and be comparable to those powerful forces with Ghost Kings. The strong would be respected. This was very important. After entering the Ghost Blade clan, Chunzong did not immediately take action. Instead, he pondered. Now that he had taken the first step, how should he proceed with the second step? Chunzong found that he had to temporarily put aside some of the habits of the human race and act more according to the style of the ghost race. The human heart was changeable and difficult to predict. However, the heart of the ghost race was simpler and more direct. On the other hand, he should take some time to study the enlightenment he had just gained. Perhaps he would gain something from it. Chapter 1887. My heart is beating wildly, my blood is boiling, and my little universe is about to explode. Come on, let's get excited. Let's rush. The top 20, the top 10, let's all burn together. In Chaos Ghost City, other than the Ghost Blade sect, the other 35 forces that corresponded to the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan had all heard the news. A lone Ghost King had entered the Ghost Blade sect. From then on, he would control the Ghost Blade sect and become the lord of the Ghost Blade sect. The Ghost Blade sect had leaped to the top and become the 10th most powerful force, comparable to the top 3 sects and the top 6 sects. Not long after, Chunzong received an invitation. It was an invitation from the Ghost King Alliance. The so-called Ghost King Alliance was the alliance of the 10 Ghost Kings in Chaos Ghost City. It was impossible to fight against the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan with just the Ghost Soldiers and Ghost Generals of the Chaos Ghost King. Only the Ghost Kings were strong enough to deter the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. Moreover, they had to be strong enough Ghost Kings. If there were only 2 or 3 Ghost Kings in Chaos Ghost City, they would have been eliminated long ago. If the Ghost Kings in Chaos Ghost City were not united, they would have been eliminated long ago. No matter what, competition was competition, but unity was necessary. Only in this way could Chaos Ghost City continue to exist. Since a new Ghost King had entered Chaos Ghost City and became the Lord of the Ghost Blade sect, it meant that he would become a member of Chaos Ghost City. He had to be invited. Ghost King Alliance. Chunzong smiled and did not refuse. He immediately set off. Perhaps if he did it well, Chaos Ghost City would help him and make the Purgatory Ghost region more chaotic. In this way, he would be able to obtain more Ghost Realm Wills. He wanted to obtain more Ghost Realm Wills as soon as possible and then return to Tianyuan's sacred region. The longer Chunzong stayed here, the more he thought about it. The more he felt that this world was strange and extreme. It was terrifying. He was afraid that if he stayed for too long, it would lead to bad results. Carrying his long sword, Chunzong strode out of the Ghost Blade sect. He rose into the air and quickly flew to the center of Chaos Ghost City. That was where the Ghost King Alliance was located. Before his arrival, there were 10 Ghost Kings in Chaos Ghost City. 2 of them were from the Ghost King clan. One was a Ghost King who had defected, and the other was a Ghost King who had left the Ghost King clan when it was born and had grown through countless battles. The other 8 were Ghost Kings from the Ghost Killing tribe, the Ghost Underworld tribe, and the Upper 6 tribes. When Chunzong stepped into the inner 10th of the Ghost King League, all eyes fell on Chunzong. The air seemed to have become heavy and murderous. There was a hint of pressure in his gaze as he locked onto Chunzong. A completely different aura permeated the air, gushing out from all directions as if wanting to suppress Chunzong back to how he was before. A show of strength. The Ghost Clan was more direct in their actions and did not pay attention to conspiracies and the like. However, when it came to putting on a show of strength, there was no distinction between races. Using power to oppress others. Gain the upper hand. The pressure of the 10 Ghost Kings was indeed very strong. It made Chunzong feel dignified, and he had to use his strength to gather his spirit and willpower to resist. From the pressure of the 10 Ghost Kings, Chunzong could judge the strength of the 10 Ghost Kings. The most powerful one was the Ghost King sitting on the main seat. Every Ghost King of each tribe had a different set of armor, each with its own unique characteristics. The Ghost King in the lead was the founder of Chaos Ghost City, who had defected from the most powerful Ghost King clan. It was impossible to judge his combat strength from his aura alone, but Chunzong felt that he was much stronger than himself. The armor condensed by this Ghost King was completely black and covered with dark golden lines. It looked noble and majestic. Sitting on the main seat, his eyes were deep and dark, like an abyss, and seemed to be able to devour souls, which made people's hearts palpitate. The second one was a Ghost King, whose killing intent was so condensed that it was almost tangible. His eyes were cold and gloomy, as if he was condensing the supreme killing intent. The Ghost King armor on his body was also black and covered with blood-red lines. He was the Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe. Once the members of the Ghost Killing clan were born, they carried a shocking, murderous aura. It was not aimed at anyone, but at everything. Their talent was to condense killing intent for their own use. The more they killed, the stronger their killing intent, and the more powerful they were. The Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe gave him a very dangerous feeling. When he stared at him, his eyes were like sharp blades, filled with amazing killing intent. The other Ghost King, who was not inferior to the Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe, seemed to be shrouded in shadows and filled with amazing cold aura. He was thin and tall, which was different from most of the strong Ghost Clan members. He gave people a feeling of ghastly coldness. The Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe. The Ghost Kings of the Ghost King tribe, the Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe, and the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe were the 3 Ghost Kings who had joined hands to create the Chaos Ghost City. They were also the strongest among the Chaos Ghost Kings. The others were the Ghost Kings of the Upper 6 tribes. The Ghost Flame tribe, the Ghost Dragon tribe, the Ghost Moon tribe, the Ghost Shadow Tribe, the Ghost Face Tribe, and the Ghost Bone Tribe. Every Ghost King's armor was different in some way. Compared with them, Chunzong was from the Ghost Blade Tribe. The Ghost Blade Tribe belonged to the middle 9 tribes, which was inferior to the upper 6 tribes. Sit, the leader of the Ghost King Alliance, the strongest Ghost King who had betrayed the Ghost King tribe, opened his mouth. His voice was vigorous and overbearing, and his tone was filled with an irresistible power. Chunzong was not dissatisfied. In the Purgatory Ghost region, the fist was the law. As long as you were strong enough, you would get the respect you deserved. But if you were not strong enough, you could only keep a low profile. Simple, direct, and violent. Welcome to the Chaos Ghost City. From now on, you're the 10th Ghost King of the Ghost King Alliance. The leading Ghost King said again. He was the leader of the Ghost King Alliance, and below him were the first and second seats. Chunzong had just arrived, so he was naturally the 10th seat. The ranking of this seat was related to the strength of one's battle strength. If Chunzong was not satisfied with the 10th seat, he could challenge for a higher seat. As long as he defeated the opponent, he could replace the opponent's seat. But now, Chunzong did not intend to do so. In fact, for Chunzong, the ranking of the seat was not important at all. Of course, sometimes when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The leader of the Ghost King Alliance was very overbearing. From his tone, it could be seen that he meant what he said. Unless you were strong enough, you could only obey. Chunzong did not know how strong the opponent's battle strength was. But judging from the other Ghost King's obedience, he could infer that the opponent's battle strength was amazing. It was good to have strong battle strength. Then, they would have the capital to fight against the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan and stir up trouble. Chunzong sat down in the 10th seat. In this way, he had joined the Ghost King Alliance and become a member. Leader, soon, the Blood Moon will appear. We should move, the 6th Ghost King said. The Blood Moon of the Purgatory Ghost region appeared once a year. Every time the Blood Moon appeared, it was the time when the Ghost region on the Ghost Mother Tree matured and was about to fall and give birth to the Ghost Clan. It was also the time when the Chaos Ghost City began to take action. They fought for the Ghost region, and even the newborn Ghost Clan babies, brought them back to the Chaos Ghost City and let them grow and strengthen the Chaos Ghost City. There were 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, and 36 forces in the Chaos Ghost City corresponded to them. Of course, they could not just split up and attack all 36 divisions. That would be spreading their strength. Not only would they not be able to fight for the Ghost region, but they would also be killed. They had to work together, and all the Ghost Kings had to be mobilized to be safe. So, which of the 36 divisions should they attack? This was also the important content of the Alliance meeting today. Chunzong sat quietly and did not speak. Jianxin Ghost King, do you have any suggestions? Then, the leader of the Ghost King Alliance, Ghost King Xianlai, looked at Chunzong. At the same time, all eyes fell on Chunzong, making Chunzong the center of attention. Chunzong was actually thinking about this point just now. Which of the 36 divisions should they attack? Without a doubt, to make the Chaos Ghost City stronger, it was best to attack the top 3 divisions, because the Ghost Clan in the top 3 divisions were more talented, and their strength was stronger among the same level. It was easier for a Ghost King to be born. But at the same time, attacking the top 3 divisions was also the most difficult and dangerous. Once they failed, they would suffer a great loss. Next was the upper 6 divisions, and then the middle 9 divisions. As for the lower 18 divisions, they were the most worthless. Of course, if they had no other choice, the lower 18 divisions were also a good choice. They were the easiest to attack. When Chunzong said his suggestion, there was a sneer. It was the Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division. The Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division sat there like a shadow, as if it was fluctuating at any time and would disappear into a shadow. The patterns on the Ghost King armor on his body were very strange, as if it was a shadow. You have been a loner before. You can't be so cowardly. The Ghost Shadow Body, Ghost King sneered. The Ghost Force Division was one of the lower 18 divisions, and it was one of the weaker ones. It was even more worthless. Generally speaking, the Chaos Ghost City would at least attack the middle 9 divisions. In the Ghost Clan, the weak had no status, and the cowardly would be looked down upon. The Ghost Clan army in the Ghost Forest Division has disappeared, Shenzong said slowly. In the end, he decided to reveal this information. It was only a matter of time before this information spread out. Of course, there was a risk in revealing this information here. There was a possibility that the sealed Purgatory Ghost Gate would be discovered, but the possibility was very small. But at the same time, there was a benefit. They could attack the Ghost Forest Division as the starting point of the Chaos Ghost City. Hearing Chunzong's description, the Ghost Kings were all shocked. The Ghost Forest Division army and the Ghost Kings had disappeared. How shocking. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't tell them the real reason. He only said that he found it when he was traveling alone, but couldn't find a reason. We can attack the Ghost Mother Tree directly and destroy it. Then we can cultivate a new Ghost Mother Tree in the Chaos Ghost City, Chunzong said. This made the Ghost Kings very excited. The Ghost Mother Tree. To the 10 Ghost Kings, having a Ghost Mother Tree that belonged to the city was undoubtedly very attractive. Although they had to pay a high price for it, they were willing to do so. Because as long as they had the Ghost Mother Tree, the Chaos Ghost City would be a real force. It wouldn't be different from the 36 Ghost Clans. No, it should be said that it would replace one of the 36 Ghost Clans and become one of the 36 Ghost Clans. Chapter 1888. Six Dao has been slapped in the face, but he is very happy. He thought that he wouldn't be able to get into the top 20, but who would have thought that he would be able to get into the top 20? Excited, really excited. I'm very grateful to Lin Fengshiyu for her support, allowing Realm of Gods to get into the top 20. He's currently ranked 19. Because I was too excited, I ate an extra big bowl at night, and now I'm stuffed to the brim. Thank you very much. In the sky of the Ghost region, the dark clouds were as heavy as lead, gloomy and depressing, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Soon after, a wisp of bloody light appeared in the thick and dense dark clouds. It went from weak to strong, and a silhouette appeared along with it. Blood Moon. The Ghost region's Blood Moon was about to break through the clouds. When the Blood Moon completely appeared, the Ghost region on the Ghost Mother Tree would mature and fall, and the baby Ghost Clan would break through the Ghost region and start to grow. Before the Chaos Ghost City appeared, the Ghost region would fall automatically, and the Ghost Clan would be born. The other Ghost Clan experts wouldn't care about them, and they would let them grow by themselves, join small tribes, and then join the Ghost City. They would become stronger step by step and become a real Ghost Clan warrior. However, since the Chaos Ghost City appeared, they started to rob the Ghost region and the baby Ghost Clan when the Blood Moon appeared, which violated the rules of the Ghost City. They didn't care, but it didn't mean that it wasn't important. It was the natural selection of the Ghost Clan. However, if there was an outside force, they had to pay attention to it. Otherwise, it would only weaken the Ghost City. When the Blood Moon was about to appear, the 36 tribes of the Ghost Clan started to take action. They were ready to guard the Ghost Mother Tree and resist the people from the Chaos Ghost City who might come to rob it. Of course, their duty was only to defend against the Chaos Ghost City, and they didn't interfere with the birth and growth of the Ghost Clan. It was hard to say which tribe would the Chaos Ghost City attack, so they could only be on guard, even if it was the 3 strongest tribes. The strength of the Chaos Ghost City couldn't be underestimated, especially the Ghost King Xianlai, who had betrayed the Ghost King tribe. He used to be one of the top 3 Ghost Kings in the Ghost King tribe, and his fighting strength was amazing. The Ghost Kings who had betrayed the Ghost Killing tribe and the Ghost Underworld tribe were also very strong. 11 figures quickly flew across the sky and kept rising towards the Ghost Forest tribe. They were the 11 Ghost Kings of the Chaos Ghost City. Everyone was mobilized. If he wanted to snatch the Ghost Hunter and the baby of the Ghost Clan, he would definitely be intercepted by the Ghost Clan. The other side would definitely send out the Ghost King Realm Warriors. Thus, only the Ghost King Realm Warriors could do the job. Those who were not at the Ghost King Realm were just cannon fodder. As for mobilizing all of them, there was not a single Ghost King left in the entire Chaos Ghost City. They were not worried about being attacked by the 36 Ghost tribes. To Chaos Ghost City, the most important thing was the Ghost King. As long as the Ghost King was still alive, even if Chaos Ghost City was destroyed, it could be rebuilt. It would just take a little more time. But to the Ghost Clan, whose lifespan was almost infinite, time was actually the cheapest. If they couldn't kill the Ghost King of Chaos Ghost City, there was no need to attack Chaos Ghost City. After flying for a while, the 11 Ghost Kings of Chaotic Ghost City split up into 3 groups. This was what they had discussed before. Along the way, they naturally headed towards the Ghastly Forest Tribe to directly deal with the Ghastly Mother Tree. The first group was to go to the Ghost Beast City, because Chunzong told them that he had killed one of the Ghost Beast Kings. The defense force of the Ghost Beast City was greatly reduced. They could attack now. The last group was decided by Ghost King Xianlai. In order to reward Chunzong, or in other words, for the information provided by Ghost Blade Jinshin, some of the Ghost Kings went to the Ghost Blade tribe to snatch the Ghost Hunters. The baby of the Ghost Hunters of the tribe they snatched would have the talent of the tribe. When they grew up, they would belong to the corresponding force of Chaos Ghost City. Therefore, snatching the Ghost Hunters of the Ghost Blade tribe was to make the Ghost Blade sect stronger. This was a reward. The other Ghost Kings had no objection to this. Of course, Chunzong had no objection either, although he might not be able to wait for the baby of the Ghost Clan to grow up. The 11 Ghost Kings split into 3 groups. The first group was led by Ghost King Xianlai. The members were Ghost Flame Lai Shan, Ghost Moon Wu, and Ghost Blade Jinshin. The second group was led by Ghost Kill all 2 of the Ghost Killing tribe, who led 2 Ghost Kings to attack the Ghost Beast tribe. The third group was led by Ghost Underworld tribe's Ghost Ming Yuze, who led 3 Ghost Kings to attack the Ghost Blade tribe. At this time, the Ghost Forest tribe had not been discovered by the other tribes. After all, the small tribes around the Ghost City still existed. Everything seemed normal, and the Ghost Forest tribe was a very ordinary tribe among the lower 18 tribes. Naturally, less attention was paid to it. Under the leadership of Ghost King Xianlai, 4 Ghost Kings flew across the sky at an amazing speed, heading toward the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest tribe. Even with Ghost King Xianlai's powerful strength, he did not dare to underestimate the Ghost Mother Tree. It could be said that the strongest in the Purgatory Ghost region was never the Ghost Clan, but the Ghost Mother Tree, especially the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost King tribe. It was so powerful that even the strongest of the Ghost King tribe was no match for it. However, although the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest tribe was also very strong, compared to the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost King tribe, there was a huge gap. 2,000 meters tall. The Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost King tribe was 5,000 meters tall, while the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest tribe was only 2,000 meters tall. There was a chance to destroy it. In order to make sure that nothing would go wrong, Ghost King Xianlai took action personally, with the help of 3 Ghost Kings. The 2,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree stood on the ground. Countless branches spread out in all directions, forming a huge umbrella shape. However, there were no leaves. There were only balls of black Ghost Mother Tree hanging on the tree. They kept jumping, and red light spread out from the veins. The blood moon slowly broke through the dark clouds, revealing itself. The Ghost Mother Tree jumped more and more violently, and the red light shining on the veins became more and more dazzling. Do it. Ghost King Xianlai's voice was deep and domineering. It contained an extremely terrifying power. Taking the lead, he immediately approached the Ghost Mother Tree. He extended his hand and grabbed at the air. In an instant, strands of black aura rapidly gathered from all directions. In the buzzing sound, a ball of black light condensed in Ghost King Xianlai's open palm. It quickly expanded and emitted a strong and dazzling light, like a small dark sun. It seemed to emit endless light, but it also seemed to swallow and absorb all the light around it. Boom! The dark sun the size of a human head suddenly shot out, as if it was breaking the void. Layers of ripples surged, but Chunzong was sharp enough to notice a crack. It was a crack in the void. Ghost King Xianlai's strength was indeed terrifying. He did not use all his strength in this attack, but he was able to crack the void of the Purgatory Ghost territory. Previously, The Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe had borrowed the power of the Ghost God and possessed the Ghost God's shadow. He had used all his strength to barely do it. Ghost King Xianlai's strength was indeed very strong. Chunzong was still not his match. When the Ghost Mother Tree was attacked, the black light on the tree trunk suddenly flickered, blocking the attack of the dark sun the size of a human head. It exploded, and the black light was instantly destroyed. It hit the tree trunk, leaving cracks. However, those cracks were disappearing at an alarming speed. Chunzong unsheathed his long sword and stabbed it in the air, stirring up wind and thunder without a sound. The moment the sword stabbed out, it was silent. However, when the sword pierced the tree trunk, it suddenly burst out with an unparalleled momentum, as if the wind and thunder were about to destroy the world. In an instant, Chunzong felt that the bark of the Ghost Mother Tree was shockingly hard. It was not at all comparable to the Ghost Mother Tree in the Ghost City of the Great Mystery Realm. It was at least several times harder. If it were not for the characteristics of the primordial sword origin technique and the sharpness of the Heart Sword will, this sword would not have been able to break the bark of the Ghost Mother Tree. Even if it did, the sword mark left behind would be very shallow. Ghost King Yanlai Shan opened his hand and suddenly pulled out a long saber burning with dark red flames. He suddenly slashed it out. Ghost Moon Wu's weapon was a black curved saber, which looked like a crescent moon. When the saber struck out, it turned into a black crescent moon that broke through the air, creating layers of ripples. With Ghost King Xianlai as the leader, the four Ghost Kings immediately attacked the Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Mother Tree that was attacked also instantly counterattacked. First, the ghost face scars on the tree trunk trembled, as if opening their black hole-like mouths, and let out an extremely shocking scream. This scream was several times more powerful than that of the Ghost Mother Tree in the Ghost City of the Great Mystery Realm. It was as terrifying as a bone-scraping steel knife, and contained a shocking chaos. In just an instant, Chunzong felt his spirit sea tremble, and his head buzzed as if it was being hit by a thunder hammer. Fortunately, during this period of time, his will had been tempered and strengthened. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to bear. At the same time, Chunzong also saw that above Ghost King Xianlai, Ghost Yanlai Shan, and Guei Yu Wu's heads, flowers of the extreme state appeared one after another. They seemed to be resisting the impact of the screams. Chunzong was astonished. Above Ghost Moon Wu's head, there were two flowers of extreme state. One was the flower of God, which was the size of a wash basin. It was actually a high-level flower of extreme state. The other was the flower of Qi, which was quite different. It was only a low-level flower of extreme state, but these two flowers of extreme state had materialized. Above Ghost King Yin, Lai Shan's head, there were also two flowers of extreme state. The flower of Qi was a high-level flower of extreme state, and the flower of essence was a low-level flower of extreme state. According to Chunzong's knowledge, the Ghost Kings of the upper six tribes would condense at least one high-level flower of extreme state. As for the other two, they would usually condense one low-level and one mid-level flower of extreme state. Of course, the Ghost Kings of different tribes would not necessarily condense the same flowers of extreme state. For example, Ghost King Yin Lai Shan and Ghost Moon Wu's high-level flowers of extreme state were different. What shocked Chunzong was Ghost King Xianlai. He had condensed a total of 3 flowers of extreme state. The 3 flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit had completely manifested. Moreover, among the 3 flowers of extreme state, one of them was a top-level flower, while the other 2 were high-level flowers of extreme state. The top-level flower of extreme state had not fully materialized. As for the 2 high-level flowers of extreme state, they had fully materialized. What did this mean? It meant that Ghost King Xianlai's strength was extremely terrifying. Perhaps he alone was enough to destroy the Ghost Mother Tree. The attack just now was just a probing attack. Chunzong was horrified when he thought about it. The strength of the Ghost Clan was indeed too terrifying. His current strength was completely incomparable to that of the Ghost Clan. It should be known that a mid-level flower of extreme state was twice as powerful as a low-level one, while a high-level flower of extreme state was twice as powerful as a mid-level one. As for a top-level flower of extreme state, it was twice as powerful as a high-level one. The difference was very obvious. Chapter 1889. We're already in the top 20, turning the impossible into possible. Is the top 10 still far away? As long as we're in the top 10, the 6 paths will add another 20 updates. Burn. The shriek was like a sharp blade that cut into the bones and soul. It fiercely attacked, but was blocked by everyone. Chunzong felt that his spiritual will was constantly being sharpened, becoming more and more resilient. The tens of thousands of branches trembled in unison. Immediately, they were wrapped in a thin layer of black light. Accompanied by an extremely sharp shriek, they fiercely pierced through the air. Every branch seemed to pierce through the void, creating tiny ripples. When the tens of thousands of branches pierced through the air, the ripples overlapped and became more intense. It was as if they had turned into a violent wave that rushed forward. It was as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Its power was extremely shocking. Not only was its power strong, but its attack was also extremely brilliant. Not only could it integrate the layer of black light that was used for defense into the branches to attack, its power was even more powerful. Moreover, it looked like a simple stab, but it was layered as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging forward. It was as if it was a single entity. In an instant, the 4 Ghost Kings felt as if they were the targets of the Ghost Mother Tree's tens of thousands of branches. They swung their swords. With one heart and one sword intent, the countless branches were all blocked by Chunzong. Chunzong could clearly sense a terrifying force arrive the instant the branch and the sword came into contact. It was dark, cold, domineering, and possessed an extremely shocking destructive force. It caused the long sword that was condensed from his heart, sword intent, to tremble continuously. Fortunately, Chunzong's battle strength had increased in the Ghost Blade sect in Chaotic Ghost City. He had made a breakthrough in the Primordial Sword Origin Technique and created the 8th level. The Primordial Sword Origin Technique was even more powerful, and the Ghost Blade, disguised by the Primordial Sword Origin Technique, was also correspondingly improved. However, Chunzong still did not feel the limit of the 8th level of the Primordial Sword Origin Technique. Perhaps it was the 9th level or even higher. The higher the limit, the higher the level of the Supreme Flower that would be condensed. Perhaps he could condense a high-level Supreme Flower in an instant and have a chance of reaching the top level. Great! The Ghost Lord Xian Lai clenched his fist, and a black aura instantly condensed from all directions. It was as if the aura of a blade and a sword was slashing in all directions, instantly crushing countless branches. The black light gathered once again. This time, it was even more condensed than the previous one. The light it emitted was even more intense, and it seemed to be able to devour all light. It broke through countless branches and headed straight for the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree. With a loud boom, the black light on the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree was destroyed once again. The powerful force blasted a hole a few meters wide in the trunk. The Ghost King Xian Lai extended both of his hands. His 5 fingers curled slightly in front of him as he continuously condensed balls of black light. Like a storm of dark meteors, he continuously shot them out. Explosion. A series of explosions continued to erupt on the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree, spreading out in all directions, shocking the heavens. Chunzong and the other 2 Ghost Kings also attacked while defending against the attacks of the branches. The 2,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree's combat strength was astonishing. Even if the Ghost King Xian Lai was extremely powerful and could break through its defense and injure it, it would be difficult for him to destroy it in a short period of time. Once it was injured, the Ghost Mother Tree's screams became even more frightening. Chunzong only felt that his spirit sea was constantly being attacked by invisible sharp blades. It was as if it was being torn apart, and it was extremely painful. For a moment, Chunzong could not take the initiative to attack. He could only passively defend and concentrate his spirit will to continuously resist. His spirit will also gradually become stronger, and the sharpness of his spirit will become more obvious. It was as if it had been tempered thousands of times, like real gold being refined in a raging fire. That sharpness was as sharp as a sword. In the profound realm, Chunzong had repeatedly tempered his spirit will to the extreme. After entering the purgatory ghost realm, killing was like a raging fire. It was as if he was tempering real gold, tempering his spirit will. Every time he walked on the edge of danger, it was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation and become a killing maniac. Risks were often accompanied by opportunities. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity, and the greater the harvest. Now, after going through thousands of tempering and experiencing the impact of the Ghost Mother Tree's furious screams, it was like being cut by swords and knives, and also like being burned by a raging fire. He had finally reached the true limit. I'll seize this opportunity to condense the flower of the gods. Chunzong thought to himself as his eyes emitted a wisp of extremely shocking bright light. There was no doubt that this method was somewhat dangerous, but at the same time, under such a crisis, his potential would be stimulated, and it would be easier to condense. If he suppressed it, after this period of time, if he wanted to break through to the divine flower, although it would be safer, it would undoubtedly be several times more difficult. Breakthrough. In a spurt of energy, the sharpness of his spirit's sea surged forward. Condense. Refine. Condense. Suddenly, in his spirit's sea, the sharpness of his spirit sea shone brightly. His spirit sea also trembled and emitted a strong light. The light gathered and turned into waves of turbulent waves, rushing in all directions. Rumble. Waves of wind and thunder rampaged within the divine sense sea, causing Chunzong to feel as if his own divine sense sea was about to be shattered. Condense. Condense. With unparalleled perseverance. This was a crucial moment. If he could not control the rampaging power in his spirit sea, he would lose control. If it was light, his spirit sea would be injured, and if it was heavy, his spirit sea would be damaged. If he was not crazy, the consequences would be very serious. However, everything was under Chunzong's control. Condense, continuously condense. The endless light was constantly compressed to the center, turning into a vortex. In the end, it condensed into a dot of light, like an aurora breaking through the sky. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if the top of his head had been penetrated, spreading a sense of emptiness. The dot of light rushed out from the top of his head and condensed above Chunzong's head, turning into a flower bud. Then it bloomed. Once it bloomed, it was bigger than a wash basin, obviously one size bigger. Top grade. Although it still looked a little illusory and was not condensed, its size was undeniable. In an instant, Ghost King Xian Lai, Ghost Flame Lai Shan, and Ghost Moon Wu were all shocked. Top grade flower of Supreme Realm. The 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan were divided into the strong 3 divisions, the upper 6 divisions, the middle 9 divisions, and the lower 18 divisions. To a certain extent, it was also a division of the talents of the Ghost Clan. The talents of the Ghost Clan of the strong 3 divisions were normally higher than the other Ghost Clans. Therefore, top-grade flowers of Supreme Realm were mostly born from the Ghost Kings of the strong 3 divisions. As for the upper 6 divisions, they could also appear but very rarely. However, the Ghost Kings of the middle 9 divisions could only condense top-grade flowers of Supreme Realm at most. They could not reach the top grade because their talents were not at that level. Now, a Ghost King from the middle 9 divisions had actually condensed a top-grade flower of Supreme Realm. It was extremely shocking. As the top-grade flower of God condensed, Chunzong only felt that his spiritual will had broken through the original limit, rising to a new height. It was as if he had become a god, high and mighty, looking down on everything. Everything was under his control. This feeling was very wonderful. It was like the feeling of releasing the heart domain and compressing it to a certain extent. However, he had not released the heart domain now. Chunzong also finally knew the improvement of condensing the flower of God. This improvement was actually not a direct increase in strength, but an improvement brought about by the sublimation of the realm. Under the miraculous effect of the flower of God, he could clearly grasp all the movements around him and control the trajectory. This made his attacks faster and more effective, and he could better hit the opponent's flaws. Moreover, he could unleash his strength even more completely beyond his limits. He could unleash 20% or even 30% of the power of one's strength. The higher the grade of the flower of God, the more power it could multiply. This was also why the higher the grade of the flower of God, the stronger the power of the flower of God. The branches carried extremely terrifying power as they pierced through the air. When Chunzong drew his sword, he immediately felt that the heart sword essence seemed to have undergone some kind of change. No, it was not a change. Instead, more of his potential had been unearthed, and he could use it more easily. With this strike, the speed of the sword increased by a few notches. The condensed power also increased by a few notches, causing the power to increase explosively. Smash! The branches that were hit by the long sword of the heart sword essence collapsed in an instant. The astonishing sword essence carried an astonishing sharpness as it pierced through the air. Chunzong was secretly shocked. This strike consumed the same amount of power, but it was at least twice as powerful as before. Moreover, it did not feel like it had reached its peak. In addition, after condensing the top-grade flower of God, Chunzong could feel that the power of his heart sword essence was also at the level of a top-grade flower of God. No, it should be said that in terms of potential, it was much better. It was just that he was limited by the realm and could not fully unleash it. Therefore, he felt that it was about the same as a top-grade flower of God. If he could fully unleash the power of his heart sword essence, it would definitely be better than a top-grade flower of God. Based on this calculation, it was as if he had condensed 2 top-level flowers of the state of extreme and 1 high-level flower of the state of extreme. Even though they weren't solid enough and were only shadows, and their power hadn't reached its peak, his combat strength should be higher than the Ghost King, who had condensed 3 mid-level flowers of the state of extreme, and all of them had reached the peak. As for how much more, it was not easy to determine. However, his current combat strength was definitely more than twice as strong as before. Transforming into a ghost and sneaking into the ghost region was indeed the right thing to do. If he had stayed in Tianyuan's sacred domain, it would have taken him a long time to condense his will to the extreme and condense the flower of God. The flower of God had already been condensed and was at the high level. The flower of God had also been condensed and was at the top grade. The next step was to continue condensing them. As for the flower of Qi, Chunzong estimated that he would have to create at least the 9th level of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique to reach its peak and condense it. With one strike, Chunzong shattered all the branches that were attacking him. It was as if he had cleared out a vacuum. His body was in the middle, and the surroundings were shattered into pieces of black light. Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes focused, and an invisible aura surrounded him. It was as if wind was blowing out of his body. He seemed to have turned into a god. He raised his sword and placed his sword finger on the blade. As his sword finger slid across the blade, a flash of light lit up like a dragon and went straight for the tip of the sword. Taking advantage of the momentum, he swung his sword. It was an extremely mysterious strike. It directly matched the strange trajectory in the void. It seemed simple, but it was extremely mysterious. Chunzong slashed out with his sword, but in that instant, an illusory shadow seemed to appear around him. The illusory shadow was vivid and lifelike, but at the same time, it didn't seem to exist. It was like an illusion that couldn't be grasped. As Chunzong slashed out with his sword, the trajectories overlapped. Chapter 1890. 11th update. Once again, thank you, and wish our little friend Jushin a speedy life. The normal meaning of one heart and one mind was to focus and ignore everything else. On the contrary, one heart and one mind meant to focus on multiple targets at the same time. However, Chunzong had a different interpretation. The sword of one heart and one mind had the meaning of focus, focusing one's mind on only one target, which meant that one strike could only attack one target. If one wanted to attack multiple targets, one had to strike multiple times. 10 people meant 10 strikes. 100 people meant 100 strikes. However, because Chunzong's sword was too fast, he could strike multiple times in an instant. Coupled with the mystery of the heart sword will, it looked like he had only struck once in an instant. The meaning of one heart and one mind for Chunzong was that it was as if many people were swinging their swords at the same time. This meant that in an instant, Chunzong only needed to swing his sword once, and he could attack multiple targets directly. It was as if there were many people swinging their sword at the same time. Moreover, many of them could also perform the sword of one heart and one mind. In other words, under the sword of one heart and one mind, one could also perform the sword of one heart and one mind. The combination of these powers was even more terrifying. Chunzong understood one heart and one mind as 5 heart and one mind, which meant that 5 phantoms could appear at the same time to attack with his sword. The power of each strike was astonishing and terrifying. However, only one phantom could appear at the moment. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Even so, the power of this strike was much more powerful than the sword of one heart and one mind. In addition, Chunzong had condensed the top-level flower of God. The invisible power was even more condensed, and its power surged beyond the limit. It was even more terrifying. In an instant, tens of thousands of branches were penetrated and then crushed by the terrifying power contained within. It went straight to the tree trunk that was shaking from Ghost King Xian Lai's continuous bombardment. If it were the Ghost Mother Tree in the Ghost City of the Taishan realm, it would have been destroyed by such an attack. However, the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest Tribe was very amazing. It could still hold on until now and even launch a counterattack. In a split second, the dark clouds scattered, and a blood moon filled the sky. It shone with blood-red radiance, and streaks of light shot down like sharp swords. Under the illumination of the crimson light, the originally dark and gloomy ground appeared a little more demonic, as if there was a layer of blood flowing slowly on top of it like water. A shrill scream rang out, and there seemed to be a hint of joy in it. It was the cry of the Ghost Mother Tree. "Increase your attacks," Ghost King Xian Lai growled. Whenever the blood moon fully appeared, the ghost hunter on the Ghost Mother Tree would mature and fall from the tree. At the same time, the Ghost Mother Tree would receive an additional boost in strength and vitality, making it even harder to deal with. Of course, although the Ghost Mother Tree had become stronger under the blood moon's illumination, there were also benefits. As long as it was destroyed, it would leave behind a seed. With this seed, one could cultivate a new Ghost Mother Tree in a much faster time. They could even be bestowed with racial talents. For example, they could become the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Blade Division or the Ghost Mother Tree of other divisions. They would not be limited to the Ghost Forest Division. At this point, Ghost King Xian Lai finally unleashed his true strength. An extremely terrifying, imposing aura raged through the surroundings like a storm, mincing everything into pieces and suppressing everything. It was extremely powerful and peerless, like a king that suppressed the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding space to become completely calm, and not a single fluctuation was able to affect it in the slightest. The Ghost Clan of the Ghost King Division possessed a talent called the Ghost King's Power. This was the strongest power of the Ghost Clan, and it was like a king suppressing everything. Now, Ghost King Xian Lai had activated the Ghost King's power, and his aura had more than doubled, which made Chunzong extremely shocked. Under the top-tier God's Flower, he could sense it more clearly. He was no match for it. If he had a slight chance of challenging Ghost King Xian Lai after he had condensed the top-tier God's Flower and created the 3 hearts, 2 minds sword technique, then he temporarily extinguished this thought. The difference between them was too great. The battle prowess of a top-tier Ghost King was indeed extremely terrifying. If such a ghost king had invaded the highest mystery realm, no matter if it was him, Chen Xiao, or heavenly god Gong, even if the three of them joined forces, they would still be no match for it. They would only have died. The Ghost King's power was activated, and black light filled the air. It condensed in the sky and turned into a black, blazing sun with a diameter of 1 meter. It seemed to shine with endless light, but it also seemed to be constantly rotating toward the center. It was like a collapsing star, turning into a black hole and swallowing everything in all directions. In just an instant, the void beside the black light became completely dark. Even the light of the blood moon couldn't penetrate it. It was completely swallowed, and it turned into a dark region of several thousand meters. Boom! The Ghost King Xian Lai suddenly pushed with both his hands, causing the ball of dark blazing sun to instantly tear through the sky and emit a rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth. Everywhere it passed, numerous cracks appeared in space, and it was extremely terrifying. Every crack was clearly visible, like lightning and thunder. It emitted a destructive aura that was extremely frightening. Chen Zong and the other two Ghost Kings couldn't help but tremble. That kind of aura was too terrifying. Once they were affected, they would die. Even if the heart-sealed treasure robe on their bodies weakened by 70%, the remaining 30% was enough to crush their bodies. Chen Zong increasingly felt that this ghost realm was more dangerous than he had imagined. Before entering, he thought that with his own strength and the protection of the heart-sealed treasure robe, even if he couldn't defeat those powerful Ghost Kings, he could still escape unscathed. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. However, Chen Zong wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, there was an indescribable excitement in his heart. It was a kind of excitement that made his whole body tremble and his pores open. His mind was roaring, and his spirit's sea was constantly fluctuating. The long sword formed by the heart sword intent was also trembling. The sword hummed as if it was going to tear the void apart. Half-hearted. Kill. With the mystery of the half-hearted sword and the power of the single-hearted sword, in a flash, the sword had already broken through the void. It directly cut out 2 vacuum tracks, and countless fine cracks appeared. Ghost Flame Lai Shan exerted all his strength. His whole body was burning with dark red flames, as if it was going to burn everything into ashes. Boom! The power of Ghost Flame turned into a long saber and slashed out. After the void rippled, there seemed to be cracks, but they were very faint and almost non-existent. This showed that Ghost Flame Lai Shan's battle strength was not as good as Chen Zong's. Gui Yu also displayed the talent of the Ghost Moon tribe. In the sky, a ray of light rose and turned into a dark crescent moon hanging in the sky. The light shone. Chen Zong immediately felt that the void under the light of the ghost moon seemed to become very calm. Under the light of the ghost moon, the screams of the ghost mother tree paused. The thousands of branches that were waving incessantly seemed to become weak, and their strength was greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gui Yu also attacked. The talents of the ghost tribe were different and had their own magical uses. Under the light of the blood moon, the ghost horrors on the ghost mother tree fell down one after another. However, they did not care about these ghost horrors. As long as they could destroy this ghost mother tree and get the seed, they could bring it back to the chaotic ghost city and plant it there. At that time, they would have their own ghost mother tree. Moreover, this was just the lowest level ghost horrors. They did not want to be distracted to collect them. Moreover, under the attack of the 4 Ghost Kings, the falling ghost horrors were also affected. They exploded or were damaged, and the baby ghost tribe inside died directly. The 4 Ghost Kings burst out with their full strength. The Ghost Mother Tree's power was tyrannical, but it could not completely resist. Under the continuous siege, it finally broke and fell to the side. The rumbling sound was mighty and incomparably shocking. As the Ghost Mother Tree fell completely, only a huge stump was left. Under the light of the blood moon, A trace of power was drawn from the fallen tree trunk and the stump, condensing into a blood-red ball. In the end, the blood-red ball solidified to the size of a meter, like a heart full of veins. Tree seed. This was a natural tree seed, not a tree seed that was artificially made with large amounts of resources. The ghost mother tree that was artificially made had limited potential, just like the ghost mother tree in the ghost city of the Great Mystery Realm. A natural tree seed meant unlimited potential. Ghost King Xian Lai, Ghost Flame Lai Shan, and Ghost Moon Wu were very excited. For many years, they had been planning to destroy a ghost mother tree and cultivate another one, even if it was artificially made. Now, their goal had finally been achieved. Moreover, under the light of the blood moon, they could obtain a natural tree seed, which had unlimited potential. While they were excited, Chunzong was also wantonly absorbing the ghost horrors that spread out after the ghost mother tree was destroyed. The ghost horrors represented the ghost mother tree's luck, but it was different. Under normal circumstances, it could not be actively absorbed. It could only be passively accepted. For example, when Chunzong became the ghost blade sex leader, there were traces of the ghost horrors that actively attached to him. That was passive. Now it was active. The ghost horrors that was formed by the Tianyuan sacred domain took the initiative to absorb. Chunzong was very happy, even excited. This was because the ghost horrors that spread out after the ghost mother tree was destroyed was really amazing. It was at least 10 times more powerful than the ghost king of the ghost beast clan that he had killed. It was as if it had turned into a dark dragon and entered Chunzong's body, causing him to tremble. Ghost King Xian Lai also noticed this. A divine light flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything. Instead, he directly put away the tree seed that was slightly beating like a heart. Chunzong also absorbed the ghost horrors from the ghost mother tree. The world will of the Tianyuan sacred domain that was formed by the ghost horrors that was formed by the ghost mother tree grew a lot stronger. It gave back a stream of extremely pure energy and directly poured into Chunzong's body. Comfortable, extremely comfortable, indescribably comfortable. Chunzong felt that his body seemed to be undergoing some kind of change, although it was very subtle. Now that the goal was achieved, it was naturally time to leave. The four figures immediately moved. However, a strong aura spread out from afar, as if it had sealed the void and released an incomparably terrifying power. Ghost Kings. Ghost Kings from other clans were rushing over. Although they were far away, their strong auras had already locked onto the four Ghost Kings. Chapter 1891. Those who were familiar with the 6 Paths of Samsara would know that he was a stable author. His strengths lay in a steady stream, not in a sudden outburst. Thus, his outbursts were relatively rare. When the voting started, 6 Paths was worried because he was worried that there wouldn't be enough support. But it turned out that 6 Paths was wrong, and he was slapped in the face. Not only did everyone support him, but they were also very supportive. Again and again, the 6 Paths of Samsara was shocked. Thank you. Thank you very much for your support, brothers and friends. I am so grateful that I have your support and companionship. Now, we are in the top 20 in the monthly votes ranking, ranked 19th. This is the highest ranking we've ever had, but the 6 Paths of Samsara believes that we can go even higher. Some of the juniors in the group said that the 6 Paths of Samsara had gone crazy. Yes, this time the 6 Paths of Samsara was going all out. He was going all out. 3 days of outbursts. How many outbursts he could achieve would depend on whether or not they were strong enough. The day before yesterday, the 6 Paths of Samsara had released 20 chapters. On the first day, the 6 Paths of Samsara said that if we were in the top 10, we would release 10 more chapters. On the second day, the 6 Paths of Samsara said that if we were in the top 10, we would release 20 more chapters. Today, as the last day of outbursts, the 6 Paths of Samsara wanted to make a new promise with everyone, an even more exciting promise. Before we reach the top 10, we will release 1 more chapter every time we reach the next rank. We are now ranked 19th. When we reach 18th, we will add 1 more chapter. When we reach 17th, we will add one more chapter, and so on. When we reach 11th, the 6th Tao of Samsara will add 8 chapters. Including the basic 5 chapters, we will have 13 chapters. If we reach the 10th rank, the 6 Paths of Samsara will release 20 more chapters. In other words, if we reach the top 10, including the 10th rank, the 6 Paths of Samsara will release 33 chapters. You guys did not read wrongly. 33 chapters. 33 layers of heaven. Was it crazy enough? Was it hot enough? Was it hot enough? Was it hot enough? This was the last day of outbursts. This was the biggest outburst in the history of the book. It was the craziest outburst in the history of the 6 Paths of Samsara. After this, the 6 Paths of Samsara did not know if there would be any more outbursts. So he had to seize the opportunity. Chapter 1892. I'm so excited that I don't even know how to type. Although 2 new league masters, Kendo V5 and Arvin Liu, have opened up the monthly ticket rankings and directly entered the top 20 and top 10, causing the ranking of gods to drop. Fortunately, it has returned to 19th place. Thank you. Thank you sincerely for your support. The Blood Moon appeared once a year. Since the Chaos Ghost City was established, the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan would respond to the appearance of the Blood Moon and pay attention to the movements of the Chaos Ghost City. This time was no exception. However, they did not expect that the Ghost Kings of the Chaos Ghost City would attack the Ghost Blade Division and the Ghost Beast Division to steal the Ghost Territory. More surprisingly, they attacked the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest Division. The Ghost Kings of the Ghost Blade Division and the Ghost Beast Division would naturally intercept and defend the Ghost Kings of the 2 divisions. However, attacking the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest Division was of great importance. If the Chaos Ghost City successfully destroyed the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest Division, the Chaos Ghost City would have its own Ghost Mother Tree and become even stronger. They must be stopped. However, they seem to be a little late. The Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest Division had already been destroyed. Moreover, under the light of the Blood Moon, it was very likely that they had obtained the natural tree with amazing potential. Fortunately, they had not returned to the Chaos Ghost City, and there were only 4 Ghost Kings. Hand over the tree. One of the approaching Ghost Kings, the one who emitted the strongest aura, said in a low voice. This was a Ghost King from the Ghost King Division. He was very powerful, but when he stared at Ghost King Xianlai, he had a look of fear. Xianming, are you trying to stop me? Ghost King Xianlai stared at him, his voice carrying a trace of coldness. Xianlai, hand over the tree. Ghost King Xianming was obviously very afraid of Ghost King Xianlai. There was no reason for him not to be afraid, because Ghost King Xianlai was the 2nd strongest in the Ghost King Division, second only to the 1st, while he himself was ranked 3rd. Ghost King Xianlai was a very ambitious person. He wanted to rule the Ghost King Division, but unfortunately, someone was stronger than him. Therefore, he betrayed the Ghost King Division and built the Chaos Ghost City. This also proved that nothing was absolute. The Ghost Clan was not completely one-track minded. At the very least, there were still some Ghost Clan members who were more self-aware and did not blindly submit to the strong. Instead, they were more ambitious, such as the Ghost King Xianlai. You will die here. Ghost King Xianlai's original intention was to return to Chaotic Ghost City as soon as possible. However, Ghost King Xianming had jumped out to stop him, and the appearance of other Ghost Kings had angered him. His gaze was cold and filled with shocking anger as he swept his gaze across them. All of you will die here. Although the expressions of the Ghost Kings changed greatly, they had no intention of retreating. There were 4 Ghost Kings in the Chaos Ghost City, but there were 9 Ghost Kings intercepting them. There was a huge disparity in numbers. Moreover, besides the Ghost King Xianming from the Ghost King tribe, the other 8 Ghost Kings were from the Ghost Killing tribe, the Ghost Underworld tribe, and the Upper 6 tribes. Ghost King Xianlai was furious, while Ghost Yanlai Shan and Ghost Moon Wu were incomparably vigilant. However, Chun Zong was secretly excited. This was what he wanted to see, but now he was in the middle of it. However, only by entering it could one kill the other ghost kings of the ghost clan and obtain the ghost hunter's will. There was no need for more words. Ghost King Xianming took action. The ghost kings of the ghost killing tribe and the ghost underworld tribe knew how powerful Ghost King Xianlai was, so they chose to cooperate with him. The three ghost kings joined forces to fight against Ghost King Xianlai. Imperceptibly, Chun Zong, Ghost Yanlai Shan, and Ghost Moonwoo were under much less pressure. However, they still had to face the siege of the six ghost kings. Joining forces, the three of them had to join forces to resist. The flower of extreme state appeared, and its strength was fully displayed. Its extremely powerful aura was also wantonly attacking. Above Chun Zong's head, a top-level flower of God and a top-level flower of essence appeared, and the strong aura waves were emitted. It immediately attracted the attention of the ghost kings, who were extremely shocked. No matter how they looked at it, Chun Zong was only from the Ghost Blade tribe. It was already amazing that he had a top-level flower of extreme state. It was simply impossible for him to have another top-level flower of extreme state. Chun Zong did not care about what they thought. With a tremor of his sword, he silently tore through the void and attacked. The moment the sword struck, a ghost king was hit. The speed of the sword was so fast that it directly attacked the mind. It was as if it could tear through everything and nothing could stop it. The extreme sharpness contained in the sword of single-minded mind raged inside his body and pierced his heart. It was as if it was going to pierce through and mince his heart, causing the Ghost King great pain. After condensing the flower of God, not only was the power more condensed, but could also hurt the opponent's mind and will. Fight! There seemed to be no prelude. In an instant, the battle became very fierce. The powerful enemy of Ghost Moon King, the Ghost King, suddenly retreated. A black crescent moon was released from its head and hung in the sky. The black moonlight was like water as it shone in all directions. Chun Zong only felt that he had suddenly become lazy and tired. It was as if the tiredness accumulated over the past few days had reached its peak and suddenly erupted, continuously attacking him. Rest. He really wanted to have a good rest. He did not want to care about anything. He wanted to put aside all the battles and fights and have a good sleep. In an instant, the top-level flower of God trembled slightly. All the tiredness and laziness were swept away in an instant. What a terrifying talent. Chun Zong could not help but think. As soon as the moonlight shone, the mind was directly affected. It became sleepy and lazy, as if it was incomparably tired and only wanted to have a good rest. Invisibly, the body was also affected by the mind. It became sluggish and powerless, waiting to be killed by the opponent. However, Chun Zong's mind and will were very tough. He had condensed the top-level flower of God and also mastered the supreme heart sword intent. No matter in which aspect, he had a strong resistance to this kind of ability that targeted the mind and will. In an instant, Chun Zong not only got rid of the influence of the Ghost Moon tribe's innate talent, but the heart sword intent also naturally counterattacked. The invisible sharpness instantly broke through the air. The black crescent moon above the Ghost King of the Ghost Moon tribe trembled and was silently split into two halves. The crescent moon was cut and torn apart. The Ghost Moon tribe's innate talent was not unbreakable. It was just that after it was broken, it would reassemble. Generally, it would not have any effect. However, after it was cut by Chun Zong, the Ghost King of the Ghost Moon tribe felt as if his head was being torn apart. It was extremely painful. It was cut by the heart sword intent. The heart sword intent was not only the supreme sword intent, but also the sword intent of the heart. Chun Zong held his sword horizontally. The power silently condensed on the sword. His body seemed to be in a trance, as if an illusion flashed past. The three hearts too intense sword. The power was extremely strong. The Ghost King of the Ghost Moon tribe was immediately hit. There were two sword holes on his body. One sword pierced through his forehead, and the other through his heart. The opponent's battle strength was indeed very high, even higher than the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe he had killed before. However, under Chun Zong's increased battle strength, it was still not enough. The body of the Ghost Moon Tribe was relatively ordinary, but their mind and will were more tenacious. At this time, he was hit by the sword and died directly. This kind of injury was not impossible to heal. It just needed some time. However, Chun Zong would not give him this time. His figure flashed, as if he had teleported, and appeared beside the Ghost King of the Ghost Moon Tribe. His sword cut through the sky. One sword, but it seemed to be hundreds of swords. Limbs were cut off, heads were cut off, and everything was crushed. It was too fast. Chun Zong's speed was too fast. His sword was too fast. His strength was even more unexpected. The battle had just begun, and one of the Ghost Kings on the Ghost Moon Tribe side had been killed. After killing a Ghost King, Chun Zong immediately absorbed the Ghost Realm's will. Although it was not as strong as the Ghost Mother Tree, it was much stronger than the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast Tribe, at least twice. The feeling of absorbing the enormous Ghost Realms will made Chun Zong feel very wonderful. With the death of the Ghost King, the original 6 against 3 became 5 against 3. On the other side, the Ghost King Xianlai, with his extremely strong strength, was resisting the joint attack of 3 Ghost Kings. The fierce battle was endless. Holding his sword, Chun Zong turned around. His sword struck out silently towards another Ghost King. This was a Ghost King from the Ghost Image Tribe. Its body was much stronger than the other Ghost Kings, and it looked very shocking. However, the Ghost King of the Ghost King Tribe was also hit by the sword. However, Chun Zong could feel that the opponent's body was very shocking. Even though it was hit by the sword, the injury was very light. The power of the Ghost Image. In the roar, the Ghost Image Tribe's Ghost King's body shook. Its extremely terrifying aura rose sharply in an instant, like a volcanic eruption. It was extremely powerful. Its originally strong body suddenly increased in size, and it kept expanding. It became more and more shocking. In an instant, this Ghost King grew from 3 meters to 5 meters tall. Its muscles bulged, and it was covered with finger-thick veins. It was like countless long snakes entrenched, containing extremely terrifying power. This power was very shocking. Once the Ghost Image Tribe's Ghost Image Force was used, it would make the body bigger and stronger. The power it possessed would also become more terrifying and vigorous. However, it wasn't without its drawbacks. His body had become stronger, but his reaction speed was slightly slower. Hit by the sword. However, the opponent did not care. This kind of injury was nothing. Under the power of the Ghost Image, not only did the body become stronger, but its self-healing ability also increased. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it could be healed in an extremely short period of time. It was because the body of the Ghost Image Force was extremely strong that it was able to go on a rampage. For a moment, Chun Zong felt a headache coming on. This kind of opponent was really difficult to deal with. He was hit by the sword, and the injury was not serious. However, if he was hit by the opponent, looking at the extremely terrifying fists that were like meteorites, his small body would explode in an instant. Fortunately, Chun Zong's body was extremely agile. He could advance and retreat freely. Following the opponent's violent fists, he was as light as a kite in the wind. Following the wind brought by the opponent's fists, he was constantly dodging and counterattacking. Although the opponent's Ghost Image body was very strong, Chun Zong's heart sword was extremely sharp. The sharpness of the Genesis sword technique also tore through all defenses. The Ghost Image Tribe's Ghost King was constantly hit by the sword. Wounds appeared on its body, but the wounds did not seem to affect the opponent. In fact, they healed very quickly. This kind of body strength and self-healing speed was a headache for Chun Zong. It was very difficult to deal with. The ghost clans of the upper 6 tribes were more or less the same. It was just that their talents were different. This was because each of them had different responses. I need to condense the sword aura. Chun Zong thought to himself. To a certain extent, this Ghost King was like a body cultivator. He had a stronger body. Then, how should he deal with a body cultivator? Chapter 1893. Second update. Body cultivators had extremely strong bodies. They possessed extremely powerful strength and amazing defense. Their self-healing ability was also superhuman. Not only did they have amazing strength, their survival ability was even more outstanding. If a chi cultivator and a body cultivator of the same level were to fight, the chi cultivator would be the one to die. This was because once a chi cultivator was injured, his strength would be severely reduced. However, a body cultivator would not be affected. Their strong physique and endurance were like ferocious beasts with superior intelligence. A body cultivator was not easy to deal with. The Ghost Clan was even more terrifying than a body cultivator. The Ghost Clan of the Ghost Clan, after activating the Ghost Image body, was even more difficult to deal with, just like the body cultivators of the Ghost Clan. If it had been any other Ghost King of the Ghost Blade division, it would have been extremely difficult for them to break open the body of the Ghost Image. Chunzong was able to do so because of the Taichu Sword Essence and the Heart Sword Will. Even so, he could not cause any obvious damage to the body of the Ghost Image. Once it was injured, it would be able to heal itself quickly. This was the unique talent of the Ghost Clan after activating the Ghost Image body. Only the Ghost King power of the Ghost King clan could somewhat suppress it. Sword thread training was a small technique that Chunzong mastered after he had upgraded the Heart Sword Spirit to perfection. Although the technique was small, it was very practical. But after Chunzong transformed the Tao insight in his heart into supreme Heart Sword intent, relying on the might of the Heart Sword intent to condense his sword chi and make it even sharper to the extreme, Chunzong didn't utilize the technique of refining the sword into threads any longer. When a person was in a predicament, he would usually look for a way out. This was an instinct of an intelligent creature. It originated from the heart, from the depths of the soul. The more outstanding an intelligent creature was, the easier it was for him to find a way out when he was in a predicament. It could be a spontaneous thought or a flash of inspiration. Chunzong had a flash of inspiration when he refined his sword into threads. In a split second, a few strands of silvery white appeared in his pitch-black eyes. They were so faint that it was difficult to notice them in the midst of a fierce battle. Self-freedom state. This was the first time Chunzong used the self-freedom state after he had transformed into a ghost and entered the ghost region. As soon as he used it, he immediately felt a change. This change was a kind of strengthening. Chunzong immediately knew that this was because his divine will had been condensed to the extreme, and he had successfully condensed the flower of God. Moreover, it was a top-level flower of God. The state of freedom was a special state that was closely related to the divine will. The condensation of the divine flower had caused Chunzong's divine decree to undergo a qualitative change. Even his realm of freedom had been greatly strengthened. Self-control, controlling the surroundings. Everything was under his control. It was a wonderful feeling. Sword refinement into thread. All of a sudden, all of his power condensed on the sword, condensing into a thread that was even thinner than silk. Kill. As the sword slashed out, the body of the sword disappeared, as if it had transformed into a sword thread. The thread had no sound, no light, and no shape. It was as illusory as a wisp of smoke. But in the next breath, the left arm of the Ghost King of the Ghost Aspect Division suddenly separated from the shoulder and fell to the ground. The Ghost King did not seem to have reacted immediately. It was only when he saw fresh blood spurting out from the broken shoulder that he was shocked. When? When did his arm get cut off? He did not even react immediately. Then why? It was because the speed was too fast, exceeding his reaction speed. Another question popped up. Previously, his opponent could not do anything to him. Why was he able to cut off his arm now? The bodies of the Ghost Clansmen of the Ghost Aspect tribe were extremely strong. Especially after activating the Ghost Aspect body, it was even more astonishing. However, at the same time, their minds were not as agile. At this moment, many questions popped up, causing him to be somewhat muddled and unable to sort them out. Chunzong did not stop because of this. He attacked again. Sword refinement into thread. The right arm was instantly cut off and fell to the ground. Conscious, The Ghost King of the Ghost Aspect Division sensed it even faster and let out an incomparable roar. Immediately afterward, an incomparably shocking scene appeared. The severed arm that had fallen off actually flew up and reattached itself. As expected, it was more difficult to deal with than the other Ghost clansmen. It was no wonder that the Ghost Aspect Division was ranked first or second among the upper 6 divisions. If that's the case, I'll shatter you completely, Chunzong thought to himself. Heart Domain. In an instant, the Heart Domain expanded and covered a radius of 3,000 meters. It should be known that the space in the Purgatory Ghost realm was much stronger than that in the Tianyuan Sanctuary. Here, the Heart Domain could still cover a radius of 3,000 meters. It seemed to be less than in the Tianyuan Sanctuary, but it was actually more than that. If he were to return to the Tianyuan Sanctuary, the Heart Domain would expand to at least 10,000 meters. Combined with the state of freedom, a feeling of being able to control everything arose spontaneously. Immediately after, the Heart Domain rapidly shrank and merged with the Heart Sword Will. This wonderful feeling made Chunzong even more impressed. It was as if he could control everything around him with the sword in his hand. It expanded again and covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Heart Sword Domain. The Taichu sword vitality flowed into the long sword of the Heart Sword Will. Within the Heart Sword Domain that covered a radius of 1,000 meters, strands of sword aura appeared out of nowhere. Immediately after, thousands of strands of sword aura rapidly shrank and condensed. They were even finer than silk. Heart Sword Domain. Thousand Swords Greeting. As Chunzong swung his sword, thousands of strands of sword aura that had been infused with the practice sword into silk technique shot through the air and targeted the Ghost King of the Ghastly Aspect Division. The sword aura that had been infused with the practice sword into silk technique was extremely sharp and incisive. It could easily penetrate the body of the Ghastly Aspect Division. If he had not used the practice sword into silk technique, such power would at most injure the opponent. Even if the opponent was severely injured, it would not be able to cause any serious damage with the opponent's amazing self-healing ability. However, it was different now. The sword aura that had been infused with the practice sword into silk technique became more and more condensed. Regardless of whether it was the sharpness or the incisive sharpness, they had both multiplied and become more and more astonishing. Under the attack of thousands of strands of sword aura, the Ghastly Aspect Division's body was instantly pierced and torn apart. Even though the Ghastly Aspect Division's body had amazing self-healing ability, it was useless against so many sword aura attacks that continuously extinguished its life force. The Ghastly Aspect Division's body had not yet reached the stage where it could regrow limbs or even regenerate from a single drop of blood. Kill. Chunzong immediately absorbed the Ghastly Aspect Division's will that was about to dissipate. Shock. All the Ghastly Aspects Division's Ghost Kings were shocked. How could this be? It was very difficult to die in a battle between Ghastly Aspects unless the disparity in combat strength was too great. However, it could be seen that the Ghastly Aspect Division's Ghastly Aspect Division had only condensed 2 flowers of Supreme State. Even though one of them was at the top level and the other was at the high level, they were not solid enough and had not reached the peak. His strength was limited. Even with the help of the Ghastly Aspect Division's power, he could not have easily killed 2 Ghastly Aspect Divisions, Ghastly Aspect Divisions, Ghastly Aspect Division. This had completely overturned their understanding. Chunzong knew that his performance at this moment must have surprised the Ghastly Aspects Division's Ghastly Aspect Division. They might even be suspicious and could not help but investigate. However, the longer Chunzong stayed here, the more uncomfortable he felt. Out of place. He had to get more of the Ghastly Aspect Division's will and leave this place as soon as possible. As for how much of the Ghastly Aspect Division's will he had, the Tianyuan Sanctuary World's will in his body would remind him when the time came. He had to show his strength as soon as possible. The Ghastly Aspect Division's belief was that the strong were respected. Perhaps he would be suspected, but as long as he was strong enough, everything could be solved. Kill. Heartsword Domain, Myriad Swords Greeting. Once again, Chunzong used the refining sword into threads to gather thousands of sword chi and launch them at the Ghost King of the Ghost Flame tribe. The Ghost King's entire body was burning with a layer of dark red flames. He was cooperating with the other Ghost Kings to suppress Gui Yin Lai Shan, beating him to the point that Gui Yin Lai Shan couldn't do anything. Gui Yuwu was the same. Facing the joint attack of the Ghost Shadow Tribe's Ghost King and the Ghost Dragon Tribe's Ghost King, he could only defend and dodge. The two of them were in a precarious situation. Although Ghost King Xian Lai was very strong, in a 1 versus 3 situation, he could only gain a slight upper hand at most. He was simply unable to provide any reinforcements. 1,000 rays of sword chi tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the sound they made was so subtle that it was difficult for others to react. The Ghost King of the Ghost Flame tribe couldn't dodge in time and was immediately hit. He let out a shrill cry as the ghost flames on his body were extinguished. Kill. The third Ghost King died. Go. Without hesitation, the other Ghost Kings immediately retreated. 9 Ghost Kings had come to intercept them. 3 of them had died, and the remaining 6 had fled. Shenzong didn't chase after them. This was because the Heart Sword realm under the sword thread technique had consumed more energy. He didn't have enough energy left to perform it again. Otherwise, he would definitely strike again and kill another one. The Ghost Mother Tree's Ghost Realm Will and the Ghost Realm Wills of the 3 Ghost Kings gave Chunzong's Tianyuan Sacred Domain world a good meal. The pure energy that was fed back to Chunzong made him feel very comfortable. Very good. Ghost King Xian Lai took a deep look at Chunzong and immediately moved. Let's go. What followed was naturally to rush back to the disordered ghost city as quickly as possible to prepare to cultivate the Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Kings who went to the Ghost Beast tribe and the Ghost Blade tribe to snatch the Ghost Mother Tree had also successfully snatched some of the Ghost Mother Trees after fierce battles. They brought the Ghost Mother Trees back and quickly left. After that, they didn't encounter any interceptions because there wasn't enough time. The 11 Ghost Kings rushed out of the 36 Ghost Tribes and entered the Heavenly Ghost Wasteland as quickly as possible. The Heavenly Ghost Wasteland was the largest wasteland of ghost beasts in the Purgatory. Countless ghost beasts lived there, and there were even more Ghost Beast Kings. The Disordered Ghost City was built in the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Wasteland. It was very dangerous. Of course, the Ghost Tribe in the Disordered Ghost City had already been cleaned up by the Ghost Kings. The Ghost Tribe in the Disordered Ghost City would constantly patrol and clean up the area regularly to ensure that no Ghost Beast army would attack the Disordered Ghost City. Very good. Ghost King Xian Lai was very excited when he returned to the Disordered Ghost City. He had gained a lot from this trip. It was really big. He had gotten rid of the Ghost Mother Tree and obtained a natural tree. Its potential was limitless. He also discovered that the Ghost King from the Ghost Blade tribe was shockingly strong. Although he couldn't compare with him, he had great potential. Ghost Blade Jinshin will be the 4th seat of the Ghost King Alliance from now on, Ghost King Xian Lai said directly. Chapter 1894. Third update. In Chaos Ghost City, Ghost King Xian Lai immediately took out many resources and began to cultivate the Ghost Mother Tree. He wanted it to take root and sprout. The other Ghost Kings of Chaos Ghost City were also present. They surrounded the tree, mainly to protect it and prevent it from being disturbed. Chunzong stared curiously at the tree that was beating like a heart. As Ghost King Xian Lai melted the precious resources and threw them into the tree continued to absorb energy. It beat more and more violently, as if it was constantly expanding. It made a sound like a big drum, which reverberated in all directions and created layers of ripples. When the energy accumulated to the maximum, there was a cracking sound. The tree broke open from top to bottom, and the roots extended out. With the determination of a sharp sword piercing through the air, they pierced into the ground and continued to spread and take root. Chunzong released his consciousness and integrated it into the ghost mother tree. He followed the roots of the ghost mother tree and observed it carefully. This feeling, Chunzong seemed to have understood something. He continued to devour the will of the ghost mother tree and strengthen the will of the Tianyuan sacred domain that he carried. It seemed that he did not directly gain any substantial benefits, but he did gain some intangible benefits. First, it was the pure energy that was similar to the origin, which merged into the depths of his body and kept accumulating. Second, it was that his comprehension was also affected and temporarily increased. Shinzong's comprehension was already amazing. With the increase, it was even more amazing. At this moment, he saw the roots of the ghost mother tree break open and grow out. The roots were as sharp as the branches of the ghost mother tree. They pierced through the air and penetrated the ground. They had the determination and sharpness of a peerless swordsman. This made Chunzong have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. However, this deeper understanding came after the roots penetrated the ground. The roots were like peerless divine swords. They pierced through the hard ground and penetrated deeply. There was an indomitable determination. Chunzong knew very well that the ground of the ghost territory was very hard, like fine steel. The deeper he went, the harder it became. With his current strength, he estimated that he could only stab about 10 meters into the ground if he used all of his strength. But in the blink of an eye, the roots of the ghost mother tree pierced more than 10 meters into the ground, and they were still going down. Chunzong's divine sense was also following the roots, using them as sharp swords. Everywhere, in just a short period of time, the roots of the mother ghost tree had penetrated tens of meters into the ground, covering hundreds of meters in radius. Moreover, it was still spreading. At the same time, the branches extended upwards, turning into a main trunk that continued to grow taller and taller, soaring into the sky. Chunzong's spiritual sense seemed to have completely merged with the ghost mother tree, growing along with it. A unique kind of understanding also lingered in his heart, gushing out in his mind and reverberating in his mind. Chunzong felt that his body seemed to have disappeared. It was as if he had become a tree that sprouted from a seed and slowly grew. It was an indescribable feeling of gratitude and joy. He did not know how much time had passed before he suddenly woke up. His consciousness returned to his body, bringing with it a surge of understanding. At this moment, the ghost mother tree had grown to a height of 1,000 meters, the same height as the ghost mother tree in the profound realm. However, in terms of aura, it was more vigorous and tyrannical. After all, it was a ghost mother tree that had been planted from a natural tree. The ghost mother tree had taken shape. Next, it would continue to pour in precious resources, absorb the power of the ghost realm, and continue to grow. This would take some time. Chunzong said goodbye and returned to the Ghost Blade sect to begin his closed-door training. In that moment, he seemed to have transformed into the ghost mother tree and integrated all his experiences into his own sword principle. A kind of resolute and indomitable sharpness quietly condensed in Chunzong's body, becoming more and more tyrannical. As the heart sword will trembled slightly, more potential was incessantly stimulated. Time passed slowly. Chunzong opened his eyes, but there was no radiance. Instead, it was completely locked, flowing in the depths of his eyes like ripples of water. In an instant, there seemed to be an undetectable light streaking across the void. That was the sword light. Chunzong had struck with his sword. However, the sword was too fast. It seemed to have merged into the void and was difficult to detect. But in the next moment, a series of fine sword marks spread out rapidly, like the roots of the ghost mother tree, spreading in all directions. The void seemed to have turned into the earth, and the sword chi was like the roots of the ghost mother tree, deeply rooted and covering a radius of several meters. Of course, compared to the thousands of meters of the ghost mother tree's roots, a radius of several meters was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. But Chunzong was more aware of the difference. Perhaps this kind of sword chi will cause more damage to the ghost clan, Chunzong said to himself. Previously, when he struck with his sword, the sword chi would penetrate or tear the target. However, if the target was very strong, the The sword chi could only cause a small or even minor damage. But now, under his enlightenment, the sword chi could grow like the roots of the Ghost Mother tree, spreading in all directions and increasing the damage by many times. If he merged the sword chi into silk, even the Ghost Lord of the Ghost Aspect tribe would not be able to withstand it. Shenzong was only guessing. He needed to find a target to test it out. But before that, he still needed to cultivate for a while. With a flip of his hand, a fist-sized, pitch-black, exotic fruit appeared in Shenzong's hand. It was covered with red veins. This exotic fruit was like a heart, beating continuously. It was slow but powerful. This was the substantial reward that the Ghost Lord Xian Lai had given to Shenzong. It was better than raising his ranking from 10th to 4th, at least for Shenzong. With the exotic fruit in his hand, Shenzong immediately felt a desire coming from his body. He wanted to swallow and absorb the fruit. This was an exotic fruit that was very useful for his physique. Swallow. As soon as the mutant fruit entered his mouth, it was immediately chewed up. The juice surged in his mouth like a torrent. It made Shenzong feel as if what he had eaten was not a fruit, but a river that had burst its banks. If he was not careful, it would rush out of his mouth and spit out. But Shenzong kept his mouth shut. The taste of this fruit was strange, pungent, and irritating. It was like a mouthful of blood. It was hard to accept, but he had to swallow it. Shenzong swallowed the fruit juice in his mouth. It flowed down his esophagus like a torrential river, like a waterfall that was tens of thousands of feet high, full of power. As the juice entered his stomach, rumbling resounded as if it had transformed into a torrent of lava that was extremely blazing, and it intended to incinerate Shenzong's limbs and bones into nothingness. Refine, absorb. The high-level flower of essence condensed on top of his head. As he continued to refine and absorb the juice of the exotic fruit, it gradually solidified. The degree of solidification of the flower of extreme could be divided into 100%. 100% was perfect, it was completely solidified, and 10% was just a shadow. Before Shenzong ate the exotic fruit, the degree of solidification of his flower of essence was 30%. Now, it had reached 40% and was still in the process of solidification. It was not until 50% that the power of the exotic fruit was depleted. A single exotic fruit directly increased the degree of solidification of the flower of essence by 20%. It was indeed amazing. Of course, the effect of such exotic fruits would be obvious for the first time. The subsequent effects would weaken or even become ineffective. However, with the 20% increase in the degree of solidification of the flower of essence, he could feel the strength of his physique growing stronger. His combat strength had also increased. Then, Shenzong took out a black flower. It was the size of a palm and looked as scary as a ghost's claw. It was covered with red veins and patterns. This was also the reward that Ghost King Xian Lai gave to Shenzong. This time, Shenzong's contribution could be said to be great. He had to be rewarded. This flower, however, was used to enhance the flower of God. Shenzong's flower of God was at the top level. The degree of solidification was 10%. Take it. The taste of the flower that looked like a ghost claw was even stranger. It was indescribable. Shenzong could only force himself to swallow it. Immediately, an extremely spicy taste spread throughout his body. It turned into a stream of air that seemed both hot and cold. It penetrated his spirit sea and rushed out along the top of his head. It merged with the flower of God. The flower of God started to solidify bit by bit. The more solidified it was, the stronger it became. When the flower that looked like a ghost claw was consumed, Shenzong's flower of God had also solidified from 10% to 30%. It did not look as illusory as before. Not bad. The flower of essence and the flower of God have become more solidified. My combat strength has increased by at least 30%, Shenzong thought to himself. At this level, a 30% increase in combat strength was no doubt amazing. Moreover, he was very good at turning one part of his strength into 2 or even 3 parts. In this way, the 30% increase was only superficial. In reality, the increase would be much greater. After consolidating his strength, Chunzong came out of seclusion, without the help of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although he could still condense the flower of extreme by himself, the efficiency would undoubtedly be very low and the speed would be very slow. As soon as he came out of seclusion, Chunzong quickly left the Ghost Blade sect and the chaotic Ghost City. In the heavenly Ghost Wasteland, Chunzong was looking for a suitable target. The Ghost Beast King. He'd just done a big job. For the next period of time, he needed to keep a low profile and try his best to increase his combat strength. In the dark, Chunzong had an ominous premonition. He also felt a gust of dense malice that seemed to be gathering from all directions to target him. Strength. He needed to be more powerful. Now, it was not good to kill his way into the Ghost Tribe. He could only attack the Ghost Beast King. Although the Ghost Beast King's Ghost Beast was not as strong as that of Ghost King, it was still far stronger than that of an upper-level Ghost General. In addition, he needed a suitable target to test the power of the sword that he had comprehended. In the heavenly Ghost Wasteland, Ghost Beasts ran rampant, almost endless. There were also many Ghost Beast Kings. Not long after, Chunzong found a Ghost Beast King. He drew his sword. A sword slashed through the air, and the Ghost Beast King was struck without even noticing. In an instant, strands of sword chi were like roots breaking through a tree. They quickly spread throughout the Ghost Beast King's body, as if they had taken root. Each strand of sword chi burst forth with astonishing sharpness, wantonly destroying every part of the Ghost Beast King's body. Under normal circumstances, the Ghost Beast King's body will be stronger than the Ghost Beast Kings of the lower 18 divisions. However, it was still unable to resist Chunzong's sword. In just a breath, the Ghost Beast King's vitality was rapidly drained. Its body was also torn apart by the sword chi that looked like the roots of the Ghost Mother Tree. It died a violent death. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.